Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, the Health, Education, and Human Service Committee, meeting the 25th Nomination Council. Good morning, colleagues of the HEHSC committee. Yeah, so with that, I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order here at 10:17 a.m. And with that, staff, we'll move on to roll call.
Good morning, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Roll call for for the regular meeting, July 12, 2023 at 10 a.m. Honorable Helena Nesbitt. Present. Honorable Helena Nesbitt is present. Honorable Vince R. James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince R. James is present. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Present. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth is present. Honorable Presidenta.
Honorable Curcinito is present.
Honorable Mr. Unita is present. Terry, you have 4 members present. I'm sorry, you have 5 members present, including yourself.
Thank
Constitutes a quorum.
I had Shima-san, thank you for that, and for the roll call. So with that, we'll move on to the next item, which is invocation. Shima, Ms. Benali, can you assist us with the invocation this morning?
Thank you, Shion, and good morning to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Thank you for asking me to say the invocation. We'll bow our heads. In the sunshine of the sun. Son of God's Adjournment. I pray to you, in God, this morning. I pray to you and thank you for the weather. Thank you for the moisture. You'll bless with us, for us, and on us. And we pray that you give us a gentle and I thank you for us being asked to say a prayer to God. And with you, we can do all things and you make all things possible for us. To ask you to bless the for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee this morning, and ask your blessings and guidance in everything that we listen to and that the community takes action on. And we ask you to bless our leaders here, the 25th Nomination Council, as well as our Health, Education, and Human Services Committee members, and our President, Vice President, and Speaker. We ask you to look after each and every one of us, employees of medical mission, to our families, and keep us safe as we do our job, and keep us safe as we spend time with our families and enjoy what we do. We ask all of this in the blessings and watchful on you, God. In Jesus' name.
Thank you. Again, Shima, for that invocation. So with that, we'll move on to announcement. Under announcements and committee members, are there any announcements? We do have a regular meeting on July 26th again. Honorable Toth.
Just to let HEHSC committee, if we don't finish. I have budget and finance legislation going through, so probably this afternoon, because they have a long weekend. Idiot. They call me, then I'm out of here. Thank you. That's the only thing.
Just to let you know, budget and finance moved up, moved the agenda around, so they're on legislations now. So I don't know which item for you are at on the agenda. So just to let you know, Honorable Vice Chair Robinson.
Oh, yeah, it's Ahibana. Good morning, honorable members of HEHSC committee. My only announcement is yesterday I was at Quality Inn. There was a young lady that I worked with years before called Family Spirit. She works with a program called Family Spirit under John Hopkins. And that she had a whole busload of people from all over the world, a lot of folks from New Zealand. And she said they were going through Family Spirit training and that they were out here visiting Navajo. She tried to schedule time so that the president, vice president can meet them, and I think maybe our council as well. But nobody on Navajo gave them any welcome, and she was really sad because she said the Pueblo group rolled out the red carpet for them. So their governor and their people, she said they met with her group, and it was a really nice exchange. And so she was sad that we didn't give that kind of welcome, or none of us were able to give that kind of welcome to the group. But I think the Miss Navajo did just provide a little speech, but even I think hers was recorded as well. So anyway, they're here training today somewhere at a church, maybe in Fort Defiance. And I just told her to keep me updated, and if we are done at a certain time and we're still here and we can just run over really quickly, maybe to say hello to the group. It was a group of about 40 people, and a lot of I saw a handful of elders from New Zealand, probably from the Maori tribes. So anyway,
Okay. All right, thank you for that information, Vice Chair, and that announcement. So with that, committee members, are there any other announcements? Committee members? One, Ms. Benali.
Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Committee. We've been, DNF is gonna, I think, approve the, budget. Here, not budget hearings, but budget meeting agendas. And I think it's in August, HEHSC needs to start blocking out maybe 2 weeks for your, for the budget, reviews.
So during that whole budget review process, committee members, I recommend that you really look at your schedule, because it's going to require us not to travel a lot during that budget session and during that period. But just to let you guys know, give you a heads up, it's going to be a lot, because we're the committee with the most departments, so we're going to have some tough schedules coming up, and you guys can have to really make your priorities down to practically just the budget. So just a little heads up, and you might be missing some planning meetings and some regular chapter meetings, so just be aware of that. And maybe it's good that you inform the chapter or email your chapters out as early as possible, and just let them be aware that we're going to have a busy schedule regarding budget.
About when in August? Yeah. The first, the middle, in?
Sure.
Ms. Lowe?
The current calendar, that's gonna be in front of DNF has August 7th through the 11th for the Oversight Committee meetings. So at our next meeting, I would like to be on the agenda to give an overview to all of the delegates for about the procedures that we're going to use with this upcoming budget session, especially since we have new members with the exception of yourself.
Okay. Thank you for the dates. Ms. Benali?
Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Committee, what I'll do is I'll put Ms. Kristen Lowell, as she requested, on the next agenda. It'll be July 28th.
26.
Yes, right, the 26th, and then I think you're gonna somebody from HEHSC needs to be the legislative sponsor, and I think you could work with Ms. Lowell with that, and so that legislation can go through the 5-day comment period while we're simultaneously listening to budgets. And they're not calling it a budget hearing anymore; they're calling it a budget meeting. For the oversights.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are the announcements. Any other announcements, committee members, staff?
I have one.
Honorable Yanito?
Oh, yeah, for those that not see NATO in person, it's gonna be kind of difficult to be in person again. Got used to the virtual call meetings. And we have a lot of meetings, and I got a lot of meetings in Utah. I've been dealing with Utah Bears Ears co-management. I'm the one of the commission for the co-management, and that's what we've been working on. We went on we did a lot of meetings and we discussed how we're gonna co-manage the area. And then we made a trip, like a field trip as well. And went to a lot of these sites where we discuss and, we got familiar with the area. And then now, next week, on the Tuesday, Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, we're gonna go back. We're gonna fly over the whole area again. So we're gonna have another field trip on that, and then we have this Nabi, but I'll just probably attend that first Tuesday morning, and then I'll be coming over and joining the Nabi meeting. And we have our meetings every Thursday at 1 o'clock, so we're trying to get the co-management situated with BLM and 4th Street. That's what I'm doing. And then on Friday, we're having a ribbon cutting to start in 35 road construction at Twithakan. So I'm going to be attending that. It was scheduled for today, but they moved it up to Friday because we want to invite the president, Nydren, to be president at the meeting. So, and then another thing too is we're working on the Utah water settlement projects, and we're going to be doing that as well Friday. And I don't know how far we can get, but yeah, I'm excited though about that, and and trying to get a team together on that one. That'll be my announcement, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanito. We have, so if there are no other announcements, that's a none. If there are not any other announcements, we'll go ahead and go to item 2 on the agenda, which is recognize guests and visiting officials. Do any of you have somebody you want to recognize? Any visiting guests and officials here in the room today? Shut that. We have a couple of guests here in the audience. Can we just have your name and where you're coming from, just really briefly? We'll start with the young lady in the back. That's Ishma.
Good morning, everyone,
Oh,
each one of you.
Oh.
My name is Matilda Tilly Tahi. I'm 45 acres of president. Okay, now that's change. Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, Ishma. Oh,
Good morning, members. My name is Ansel Lewis. I represent Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Services.
good morning, Ms. Rose.
Good morning, and I'm Kim Russell. I'm the newly appointed Sinaloa Department of Health Director.
Thank you.
Good morning. En Canada, Tom Morrison here, who's currently the British team. That she needs to hopefully should know that. I'm the legislative analyst for Department of Health. Good morning. Here to
Good morning.
the report.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning. And then, of course, we have our legislative staffers, HES staff here. If you could just introduce yourselves really quickly. Putting you on the spot this morning.
Okay, hi, good morning. My name is Kristen Mole, and I am an attorney with the Office of Legislative Counsel, and I'm the attorney advisor to HEHSC.
Good morning, I'm Andrea Blanley, I'm the legislative advisor for the Health Education and Human Services Committee. I'm in Charlotte Center for great leaders and program issues. And I'm originally from here in the United States, and my father's from the Center. Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair and everybody here and on call. My name is Karen Thompson. I am the legislative staff assistant.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We just have a couple new folks in the room, so just wanted, so this is really our health education human service staff that are present with us and helping us and guiding us and assisting us and working together. They do a really good job. So I want to thank you this morning, ladies, for all your help. So going on to number 3, review and adopt agenda. Angelito, this is where you review and adopt agenda, and then there are two legislations that Chair Vince James is asking to add. And do we add that at this point in time or until we get to new business?
It depends if, are they ready?
I believe they're ready. They should be ready, yes. And you can, Ms. Lowell, if I can read them to you and you can double check. Will you be able to see that?
Yes.
So it'll be legislation number 0141-23 and 0146-23.
Zero one four one, is that RDC or BNF, right?
It's
It's
being.
not on the HEHSC agenda. I mean, it's not in the committee listing, so I don't know. We're not assigned why we would add it to our agenda. I don't think we need to add it to our agenda.
Okay, and then 0146-23.
Excuse me, this is Dana.
Hi, Dana. Good morning.
Good morning. I think I can add some useful information. Kristen was correct that 0141 does not need to go to HEHSC. However, 0146-23, it is being heard by BNF as we speak. As soon as they are finished with that, they will prepare a committee report to refer it to HEHSC, and at that point in time, HEHSC can add it to their agenda. Thank you. That's all I wanted to share.
Okay, great. All right, so 0141-23 doesn't need to go before the committee, confirmed by Ms. Barbara. And then 0146-23 is going through BNF at this time, and we will wait for them to take action on it and then get them to move it, and we will address it at that point. So can you go ahead and review and adopt addendum, Ms. Finale?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee, we have your proposed agreement with the Health Education and Human Services Committee, July 12th, 2023, regarding the Honorable Vince Sergeant, accepting the Honorable German Simonson, Vice Chairperson, places law and order conference room, via telecommunications, and in Arizona. One calling to order roll call emergency announcement to recommend the schedule for three reviewing and Dr. Journals. I have one for June 2023 as recommended. 5, receiving reports, A is an update from the Navajo Department of Health, introduction of Ms. Kim Russell, estimated NDOA Executive Director at July 3rd, 2023. Also, Division of Aging and Long-Term Service Care Services, DALTEC. The issues are elderly day during the Navajo Nation summer session on Wednesday, July 28th, 2023. To include an update on volunteership of the event during the elderly day. Update on logistics on accommodating elders to the Navajo Nation summer session. Or Navajo Nation Council summer session. Presenters on Ms. Russell, appointed NGO Executive Director, Councilman Lewis Jr., a health service administrator interim for Deltex, and Michelle Morris, registered analyst for Navajo Department of Health. B is the report by the School Board Association. Issue is the quarterly report from April 2023, which you have mentioned by the presenter, Mr. Vernon City Executive Director, from Executive Director of the School Board Association.
This is what I mean.
Old business, not 7 new business. A, legislation number 0139-23. An act relating to the health education and human services, law and order, budget and finance and committees and the nominating council repealing 9 NNC 2C of the Marriage Act of 2025 to uniformly recognize all marriages within that community, even any other provisions in Title 9 of the Nation Code relating to the sponsored of delegates of the. B is to schedule a special meeting in Europe, has a regular meeting on Wednesday, July 19th, in the nomination council under session. Special meeting will include the follow-up meeting with Joey Taylor requesting an executive session. 8, closing meeting, announcements and agenda. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Benali. So that is our agenda for today. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
A motion, ma'am.
Thank you. So a second, and we have Delegate Helena Nesbegay for a second. Okay, and we'll go ahead and go to a vote. If you could help us with that, Ms. Benali.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. Ms. Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Ms. Helena Nesbegay, Delegate Helena Nesbegay votes green. Delegate James, how do you vote? Madam Chair, the Vice Chair, Delegate Vincent James is excused. Delegate Dr. Andy Nez also excused. Delegate George Toth, how do you vote?
I vote green, ma'am.
Delegate George Schultz votes green. Delegate Curtis Udito, how do you vote?
Delegate Yanito votes green.
Thank you. Delegate Curtis Udito votes green. Madam Vice Chair, you have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair voting.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and move on to review and adopt the journals. Let me hand that over to you, Ms. Benali.
On the number 4, review and adopt journals will be for June 28, 2023 as a regular meeting. The journals were emailed out to all of the Health Education and Human Services Committee members by Ms. Karen Thompson, who developed the journal for your consideration. Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. And again, those did come through our email, and we should go ahead. Who would like to motion to adopt those journals? Adopt the adjournment. I motion.
I motion.
Okay, Helena Nesbegay motions.
Second.
George Toth second. And then Ms. Benali, can you help us with the count?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. We have the vote for the review and adoption of the journals for June 28, 2023 as we're meeting. Delegate Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Delegate Helena Nesbegay votes green. Delegate Vincent James is excused, and Delegate Dr. Andy Nez is excused. And Delegate George Choke, how do you vote? Delegate George Choke, how do you vote for the journals?
Yes. Second motion.
How do you vote? Green.
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
budget.
Okay, Delegate George Choke votes green. Delegate Curtis Nito, how do you vote?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Delegate Curtis Nito votes green. Madam Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed. The Vice Chair not voting, and 2 members are excused.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to number 5, receiving report. We have a update. We have the Navajo Department of Health introduction of Ms. Kim Russell as appointed NDOH director as of July 3rd, 2023. And then also an update on Division on Aging and Long-Term Care Services, DALTEC. And then there are some issues that want to be brought to our issue. It sounds to me like more of an update. Anytime I hear the word issue, I always think it's problematic, but this seems to be a good thing, a celebration. So maybe not so much issues, but let's call them celebrations. So we have an elderly day during our summer session on Wednesday, July 19. We have update of sponsorship of events of that elderly day, update on logistics to accommodate elders during the summer session. We have our presenters here today with us, Ms. Kim Russell, who is the newly appointed NUH Executive Director. We have Mr. Anselm Lewis Jr., the interim Adultex Health Service Administrator, as well as Michelle Morris, the Legislative Analyst for Navajo Department of Health. Would somebody like to motion to get that receiving report heard?
My motion.
Okay, Helena Nesbitt motions. We have George Toth with a second, and oh, you're okay. Curtis Unito, I'm sorry, Curtis Unito with second, Delegate Curtis Unito. Yeah, and Ms. Benali, can we go ahead and proceed with a vote count?
I have vice chair with the health education managers here the presenter.
Yes, I'm sorry. I got ahead. So any in terms of the way the receiving report is structured. No committee. Okay, yeah, there's a question. If there are questions, and then we proceed with the report. So okay, well, however way the report, we keep them limited to 20 minutes. So however way you want to divide that amongst yourselves, you can put your timers on. We also have a timer here that's just for 20 minutes in general. But however way you want to divide that amongst yourselves, and then we'll go ahead and give you that time. If at the end of your 20 minutes, if you feel like you would like to go maybe for another 5, we give that option and have the committee members agree or disagree to that. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to you.
Well, good morning, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, legislative staff. My name is Kim Russell and a newly appointed Navajo Department of Health Executive Director. I started, I think this is my 8th day, if you include 4th of July, Independence Day. I want to just briefly introduce myself so that you have an idea of who I am, where I'm coming from, and then I want to give probably majority of the time to my staff because I think there's an upcoming event that we probably more information on it. I'm of the Bitterwater people, born for the Tangle people. Maternal grandfathers are the Coyote Pass people, and then Twitchini for my paternal grandfathers. I'm originally from Chinle, Arizona. I'm coming home. I was already in transition of coming home already when I got the call from the president to consider this appointment. Really happy to be here. I transitioned within 2 days. So I transitioned from state government. So I worked for state government for collectively over 10 years. So I have the government experience. I'm just going to apply it here. And I know it'll be a little bit different, but working for state government, I did work for the Department of Health. So the Arizona Department of Health Services did a lot of workforce development there and worked really closely with HEHSC. So a lot of working on increasing the amount of primary care professionals like nurses and doctors, and then also dentists, all different levels of dentistry and behavioral health providers. So that's when I was in Department of Health. And then also trying to assist tribes to apply for grants so that they can build their own community health centers. And then I transitioned a little bit out of state government, but I came back eventually in my latest capacity as the director for the Arizona Advisory Council on Indian Healthcare. So in that role, I did a lot of policy work. So that I think that would be my strength coming to the Department of Health Services is the policy work we did with state government. So of course we focused on state laws and state administrative rules. I did a lot of policy work in the area of Medicaid. My agency was closely connected to the Medicaid agency access. A lot of people don't know the history behind the Advisory Council on Indian Healthcare, who are that council are appointed members by the governor. And each tribe can appoint a member to serve. So the last time I worked with Navajo, I worked closely with former delegate Jonathan Hale, who was chair, I think a few administrations ago. Worked really well with him. I mean, he was on top of everything. I really appreciated former delegate Hale and getting me resolutions and then forwarding those on to the governor and to the legislature. So again, we worked on state policy, worked in a way that we were able to open up statute and draft bills to amend statute. Because a lot of the times state law is made without our input initially. And so we have to go back and amend it. But sometimes we're able to be a part of stakeholder groups to create law at the very beginning. So that's where we kind of came in and did some of that work. So I have experience working with the legislature at the state level and then also working with the governor's office so that we can make good law for our Indian healthcare system. Again, a lot of my focus was on Medicaid policy. We changed some Medicaid policy, but then also we did a lot of workforce development policy. So just kind of anything that we could, I guess you could justify health, right, was kind of in our purview. And I think through COVID, we've kind of defined health a little bit more broadly. We started to dive into housing policy. We just started to dive in, and then I got called to work with the president here, president's office, because it's really hard to impact health if you don't address housing. So anyway, that's kind of my experience in terms of state government, and really want to apply some of that to tribal government and really build a department that's going to promote and protect the health of our Navajo people here on the nation. Lastly, at the state level, I was part of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Study Committee that was created by statute, and then it was transitioned, I think approved by the Speaker of the House for the second year. And then this latest governor formed the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Task Force. So I was a part of that as well. So pretty knowledgeable about that work in terms of missing and murdered Indigenous persons and all the issues that are a part of that. So I don't want to take too much time from my staff, but I wanted to at least let you know who I am, what at least my experience in state government, the work that I did. I did go to NAU, I got a degree in biology, then went to get my master's in health administration. So I guess I'm going to be a somewhat full-time sheep herder because I'm taking over the sheep flock in Chinle. So after the day is over here, I go home, put on my clothes and go to sheep camp. I was telling my staff here that we had to get water from, there's that well where you can push the buttons, right? And then you just 500 gallons can fill it up. It was dry. So we had to put in the water pump and the hose and go to the windmill, climb up on the tank and everything with my parents. And so did that. And so my other part-time job probably as a sheep herder. I really want to build that flock so that we have that for my family. So anyway, that's who I am. And I don't know if you have any questions for me, but I do look forward to working with you all so we can make really good law and policy for our Navajo people.
Okay. Well, thank you. And we usually do questions at the end because you're on your 20 minutes now. So
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Good morning, members of Health and Human Education and Human Services. As you can see, we passed out an agenda earlier in the summer. What do we have in the summer? So spring. In the springtime, delegate reached out to Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Services in regards to recognize elders, but his main focus at that time was for the aging council agency members. Of course, COVID did stop a lot of the process. So again, there was only one active aging council, which is Fort Defiance, which is Ms. Taki. She's the president. But again, going on our delegate Toll's requests, he wanted to recognize these elders at Council 4. But at the time in the spring session, of course, we're battling with time, and we wanted to make this event a memorable one. So again, we took the option of postponing until summer, only because it'll give us a lot more time to plan. So again, as you see in front of you, we have the agenda. This was a collaboration between Division of Aging, Division of Health, and Division of Social Services. So all three of us departments are going to be coordinating this session here. As you see, on July 18th, it's going to be a registration day. I guess that would go back onto how logistics to accommodate the elders. So again, the process will be, I'm sorry, let me go back. There is also a list of names in the back of the agenda. So the names of these individuals were picked by each agency on their advocacy, and then, their work within the agency. So again, these were nominated people only because, again, the agent council wasn't in play. So again, these are recommended people from each agency. So again, we set a limit of 5 per agency only because everywhere we're going to be presenting or having meetings, there's a capacity. Yeah, so again, so we just assume 5 for each agency. And again, like I said, this is the list. These 25 individuals are going to be welcomed on July 8th in the afternoon. Galtex, which will be me, we're going to be housing them, room and boarding them at Quality Inn. We're going to have a registration. We're going to have them check in, and then we're going to host a dinner that evening. So again, it's just kind of a small meet and greet, nothing really fancy, just bringing them in. Transportation wise, where I have 5, again, from each agency, I'm going to have a driver and a van transport all 5 individuals here. So they don't have to worry about transportation on their part. So again, that will be taken care of by my division. And again, so the next day, again, as you see, it starts pretty early, 7:30. A meet and greet breakfast. Division of Social Service did send out invitation letters to the 3 branches, OPVP office, Speaker Curley's office, and then Chief Justice's office as well. And I believe the 24 councils members as well. Again, it's going to be a meet and greet, breakfast, something small again, nothing really fancy, just that. And then after about 9:30, we're going to transition to the council outside, I guess, and that's where Mr. Delegate Tolt is going to be recognizing them before council goes into session. So again, his staff has made that arrangement to be done outside of council. Again, everything, all transportation is going to be taken care of by Division of Aging. Between 10 and 12, of course, they're going to be observing council in session. I don't know if there will be time or anything to be recognized on the floor. I'm pretty sure that's a possibility. Again, that would be time restraints. And then, of course, as you see, from 12 to 1, we're going to transport them back to lunch at Quality Inn, which is going to be sponsored by Division of Social Services. Or actually, I'm sorry, I take that back. I changed. Speaker's office is going to take care of lunch. Is that right, Mitt? Yeah, I'm sorry. So retract that. So Speaker's office is going to provide lunch to the 25 elders as well. And then we're going to transport back to Quality Inn, where we're going to have a round table discussion. Mr. Harrison Sosi, Executive Director for Naval Government Development, is going to be our MC per se. He's going to facilitate everything of the issues that we're going to be talking about. Again, office OPVP, Division of Social Services, my department, and as well as the Executive DOH is going to be part of this roundtable discussion. Again, the main focus is we're going to try to reestablish the aging councils for each agency. As you can see on the agenda, it has the bylaws and the priorities. And the other issues that may be plaguing our elders, again, like it says, elder abuse, exploitation, and then we're going to talk about activities at senior centers, nursing facilities, home care, respite care, and access to resources and other issues. And again, this is a roundtable discussion. So again, it'll be open up to other issues that might arise from that. So again, Division of Social Services, Deltex, and DOH Executive will have personnel there to be part of this discussion. Then around 2:50, 3 o'clock, we're going to have closing remarks by Honorable Delegate James, and then Delegate Toth as well, and then we're gonna adjourn hopefully by 3:10. Again, only reason why we're trying to adjourn early is because Tuba City would be the furthest to get their elders back. So again, that's, we're trying to get them back is before nightfall. Of course, it's a 3-hour drive from here to there. But that's basically what we have planned for Mr. Toll's requests. And again, going back to sponsorship, again, Division or Department of Health, Executive Office, Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Services, Division of Social Services. We also do have some other personnel from Division of Behavioral Health as well to be part of this. So again, that will fall underneath the sponsorship of the event. And again, like logistically, Division of Aging is gonna take care of transport and overnight stay at Quality Inn for the individuals that do choose to come. But again, Tuba City, the furthest agencies will, I'm pretty sure, gonna stay the night. But again, that's the option they want to take. There is gonna be some, I guess you would say promotional items that we would like to hand out to each individual as well. So I am gathering that as much as I can for them. I did reach out to some other departments. So again, it's gonna, hopefully I can get word by the end on Friday. But we did finalize this agenda between us and Division of Social Services yesterday. So as of today, I believe this is an official agenda as well as each individual that's going to participate. And that completes my report unless Miss Mitch has anything else on top of that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, HSA and Director Cooney, committee members, Chair, Vice Chair, Delegate Paul, Nico, Delegate Brigade. We've been having planning meetings for the past month with Speaker's Office, Speaker staff, Division of Health, and Baltex and Social Services. So obviously it's been a group effort. There may be a little bit of tweaks again, depending on the timing of when the presentation of the certificates may happen. So that portion of the agenda is kind of flexible, and we'll coordinate with Speaker's Office. They did assist us in securing parking for all the senior vans that are going to be coming in, like logistics regarding getting them in and out of the chambers and making sure they have a place to sit and you know, feel comfortable, and we'll be able to accommodate them. Their special needs requests regarding transport from the vehicle into the facility. We have our staff that are all aware of those needs. And regarding the luncheon, we also were coordinating with the Speaker's Office regarding that day. The speaker is hosting, or the council is hosting a luncheon, and they invited us to invite our group to participate in that. So we're trying to coordinate so that they have a spot to sit in outside where the canopies are. So we just wanted to reassure you that we're going to try to do our best to take care of our elders while we're there. And then lastly, the moderator, because some of these hot topics, we wanted to have a outside of any of our departments moderator, and we selected got confirmation for our Navajo Government Executive Director. He's bilingual and he can help us facilitate and document some of these issues that are going to be expressed and conveyed by the group. Then we also have the note takers that are going to document the discussions, and hopefully there'll be some follow-up meetings afterwards, and definitely begin to build our rapport on how we're going to address these issues and how we're going to further work with the NACOA group as they're identified for each agency. So that's pretty much where we're at right now. And then also want to say thank you for Ms. Russell for, you know, helping us transition. And at some point, we'll probably have to come back to the committee to give an overall report on the organization. She's now doing those one-on-ones with the managers and the HSAs and the staff to get as much information as she can to develop her goals and priorities for the organization. So I think that she's doing a wonderful job thus far. So we definitely appreciate your time this morning, committee members. I think that's all we have to report today.
Wonderful. How many minutes did we use? 3 minutes. Do anybody want to add? You have 3 minutes. Just your experience in the last 8 days. Maybe.
Yeah, sure. Certainly. Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. Vice Chair, coming from state government to here, very similar structures, right? But then also I realize it's a little bit different between legislative and executive, so understanding that as well. I've come into a department where there's some unfinished business. So I'm trying to, I guess, putting out some fires, right? There's some issues that just kept kind of being pushed back. So just to give an example, some grievances, some grant applications that are at the 11th hour to be submitted, some of those things. I also recognize that I think there's some employee morale issues throughout the whole department that needs to be addressed in some fashion. And I think maybe a large part could be due just to the burnout of COVID. So far, there's been one person who's resigned. So I think that's another thing I've realized in terms of employee morale. The other thing that I'm coming into the department, I've asked for a org chart from my high level executive, but they're all different. They're all different. So I'm trying to put together an org chart that makes sense for the department and makes sense for the team. I also recognize that there's a lack of chain of command for the department, which I really like to adhere to, right? So so really quickly, just there's infrastructure issues that I'm trying to address. I also recognize that there are key staff I do not have. So I don't have a deputy director. I don't have a public information officer. I think Mitch could use some help in the ledge stuff. I can't imagine how she does federal, tribal, 3 states, and maybe some county policy, right? So I'd like to build out a team for you, Mitch, just FYI, letting you know, so that we can be more impactful on that policy realm, because that's my strength, right, is the policy part. So again, coming from state government, that she would have had a whole team to work, and she has a lot to work on. So anyway, so just my observation so far, but I do want to, so it sounds negative, but the positive I have seen is the staff that I've been working with closely. I've just really seen a high commitment to serve, which I'm very happy to see. High commitment to serve and a dedication to better the lives of our Navajo people. I do want to say that with the staff that I work with really closely. So I recognize that I do want to make some trips out to the other sites across the nation to introduce myself, but I'm happy to introduce myself here to you all and hope to work really closely with you in this area. So just some observations, Madam Vice Chair.
Well, thank you. That was a lot of information you gave us in 3 minutes.
I'm used to that, Madam Vice Chair, because working for state government, I always would ask, how much time do I have? Right? And I got to get done in 10 minutes, sometimes 2 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes.
Right?
Is probably
Because sometimes you only have 2 minutes with the senator or an elevator trip. With them. That's it. So
exactly. Well, thank you for that. So thank you for the report. Division of Health, Department of Health. Thank you for your report. Colleagues, any comments or questions you might have? Mr. Toth and then Mr. Unito. Okay.
Yeah, no, it asked the nothing. Yeah, cool. Magic. Director in the my name is George Toll. I represent, or I work with big chapter from Eastern Navajo. And a kingy that. Because number one thing you need to do is get your resume and all that to be on the appointment through the patient and I will be the sponsor. Okay.
thank you very much.
First thing we're gonna do
Thank you,
that.
Delegate.
Okay. Go through the channel. Through the bars and society. Of course, yeah, Mr. Fitsu, so really appreciate it. I know it's hard work, or budget wise, you have to borrow some money from other departments. My intention is us council, every time we get elected into this office, we tend to forget our elders. Them, they need to be, it's a lot, so yeah. Veterans, the one that march up to the conception, I never seen an elderly come before the council. They're the few people in this whole life that we have. Arochin became the Masan Jig. So the Zen Hade up. Oh, the not that being their person, so it's our job to give them back to them. So what my plan was to, well, first my thought was to bring all the elderlies to the Navajo Nation, some possible, okay? So I kind of changed the program, gave me advice, let's get five from each agency, that would be the council. So that's what happened. So I had want to have this done in spring day. I used to sue, yeah. Then they get said, well, let's do it on summertime because it's school. So that's the reason I call it glad, because all work in what is more. Head of the D9 with this legislative staff. So they're all coming together. Hopefully this event's gonna turn out, it's elderly, appreciate that you're doing something. It's not me, it's you guys. Three people trying to put this in place. They will remember that. But all that's all done in Pato, it's stays in time. I'm not specific to clarify. But that's my intention to really recognize our elderlies, after the council, and then we go to this president's office. Some of these elderlies don't have transportation. They've never been out here, So those are some people. Then they're gonna come together and talk. What our president do? AD.A. So that's the thing that really concentrate trying to help. And also establish Navajo Council on Aging, which they will help with the part of your program to give you recommendation, not to run the program, but give you outside recommendation, because you have this outside also nationally. You have a council on aging. State of New Mexico has it, so can come together and really advocate for our elders, because of the older American give us a guide, So we need to really implement that. I was trying to research the day and time when the Navajo Nation initiate this old American Act. I have not seen it, so we want to make it possible that we're going to make that the history. We establish a council on aging with the Navajo Nation. We started back in about 5 or 4 years ago with she must have died for the fine. She's been there. She was my representative too. So she really advocate for elderlies. So that's the intention of this, bringing our elderlies coming to our nation. Because we got to listen to our elderlies. Very important. They're going to bring some recommendations and work it out how we can accommodate those without creating incidental budget violence. So even the consultation critical side case. I just wanted to mention again, appreciate all the people that's working on it. And this bodies, they want to be there too. I'll be there. The 18 is among them. And then in the morning too. Try not to interfere the program and see who's all there. Because I've been back in 1918, I was the president council on aging. So we used to have three from each agency. But then I was like the president, so I'm still, I'm still that. Because we haven't put any things yet in there, so that has to be taken care of. So this body, we want to be involved, we need to come and support the elderly. So we might be taking street for them. Just in case, so we then also asked our attorney to drop a legislation. She's still working on it. We already have a bylaws put together, which was approved by former council. And it was so we have those. The other parts we did also as agency, we established their bylaws for them. And also the local, because there was always a question, where is our policy and bylaws, how we can conduct meetings. So we are already established those. I can share that with you, so these people can use when they meet at the local or the agency. So that's how we put those together. So we used to have a good team, but some of them left because of COVID. You know, I feel sorry for that. But the good thing that I had, so I would say, has been passed on because of COVID. So I'm probably gonna have to leave from here. I have my my agenda. So to be informed, right?
Four.
Four.
Oh.
So because mine too, I have a legislation corrective action. It's being called, so they're calling me now. To go over there, so I don't know how you can tell, but.
Well, we can continue to go through with the reports. We still have DeBospa, so we can continue on with reports, but when we get to new business, we do need the quorum. So we'll call Shane, defense James, then that's out of it,
Okay.
or Andy. Oh, you can go ahead and.
Any, I wanted to say that.
Go ahead, Mr.
Golf, okay?
Hold on.
Stay there because the vision of health needs a person that
Yes,
can guide this program because there's a lot needs to be done.
yes.
And I was disappointed. Now you're appointed. We're going to put a chain on. This program. This needs to go up for our. We have a lot of programs, but you're talking about. Whole bunch of personnel to run, but again, the funding. It's a very issue, yeah. So hopefully we can stay and it's gonna be long hours trying to fix this book. I was hoping that she would be promoted. She's out. There's a lot of you know. And work with your programs, especially elderly from this comes on. That's the chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Toll. Oh, you are excused, and good luck with your legislation.
I'm just, excuse me, I'm gonna leave my stuff.
Oh.
Yeah,
Makoshi.
go over there.
Okay, and we are, Mr. Tolt is gonna leave us briefly. He has legislation that is before the Budget and Finance Committee that he needs to go and speak on. So we'll excuse Mr. Tolt for an hour or two, and we'll continue on with our reporting and questions. But Ms. Benali, you had something you wanted to add?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I was gonna ask if you're finished with this report, you could take a break while Delegate Toth is here, but I believe that Delegate Unito had a question.
Yes, we have questions here and questions here.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Unito. Nahaji.
Kim, right?
Yes, sir.
Defense IOEG,
None's caught in that. You don't understand how
Not that well.
last time to learn.
Mm.
Yeah, I had a question on your, the efficiency policies that you seeked out. And the facts finding there, I wanted to ask you about, which changes that you're pursuing. And then you gave us, 6 definitions. Those are good. I like that. Just by your introduction, I appreciate that. From your, ready to roll up your sleeve and help the nation out. There's a lot of concerns about a lot of issues on the Navajo Nation. As far as like administration, wise operations and procedures and all these regulations and policies that we have. A lot of times I seek that, a lot of the state and the Washington level policy and procedures are inserted into all these Navajo Nation sovereign administration, where the administrators, they're having a hard time regulating, enforcing those among their peers. And that's one thing that I'm kind of, sensing that, we have a problem there, because I see a lot of requirements, for hiring and so forth, and there's a lot of vacancies and, from the chapter level and all the way up to the highest level. Because the requirement is so high that, we're paying too low. And then I know that we are in a sovereign nation, that we need to develop our own procedures and policies so we can start out from the lowest level, so we can increase, practicing all these additional policy and procedures that needs to take place, and as we go along. That's what I see, and like to see, by your experience that you introduce yourself with, and see those kind of changes take place. And with these seniors that you guys are being invited, we have a problem with a lot of these senior citizen centers, that they lack a lot of money, to operate and so forth. There's facilities out there, but they need a grant writer, that you said that you are. I'd like to see some grant writing written for that, for the operation cost and so forth. Even with the bus and so forth, because I know that, we're kind of scarce on our budget here on the nation. And, that's one thing that I would like to see from you as a grant writer. And then another thing too is elderly abuse that's going on across the Navajo Nation. That a lot of the elders, they're worried about their monthly checks used by their own siblings, that they're paid, they're paying all their siblings' bills on it. And here, the elders, they run out of money, and they sometimes ask for money for food or so forth. And that's what we need to have enforcement on. And that's what you really need to concentrate on that. And I don't know how you want to proceed by that. And those are my questions to you.
Madam Vice Chair, may I respond?
And are you done, Mr.?
Yes.
You need to go ahead.
Delegate, you need to, so, I guess personally, just, my master's in health administration has a concentration in, geriatrics. So just FYI, I used to work for Area Agency on Aging, so I'm very familiar with the program that Mr. Smith runs here. And then right now, the reason why I was transitioning was because my parents were getting older. That's why I was transitioning. And this opportunity came upon me. So my sister's going to transition back. So just, I guess on a personal level, my parents as older adults is right there. Yeah, I called them this morning to take your medications, right? I'm gonna call and say, did mom and dad eat what they needed to do? They're still mobile, but I think a lot of it was got more so because my dad just recently had a heart attack. And my mother's always been diabetic. Because we changed diet and everything, my dad lost 15 pounds, I've lost 10. Mom's blood sugar level isn't doing this anymore. She stays up all day because her blood sugar level isn't this high anymore. So I guess on a personal level, that's kind of where I'm at all the time. So again, I really want to bring my experience to this program as well. I do recognize and value our elders as well. So just personally, in terms of, like I just mentioned, my few days in this department, just seeing the infrastructure needs, I think they're solvable, but they will take time. And they will take collaboration really with DPM to establish, the staff that I need and to put things in place. So I'm committed to really stabilizing the department because we're kind of on shaky ground, I'll have to say. It's kind of shaky. But yeah, I'm up for the challenge. There's a reason why I came home, because it was time for me to come home. I knew I was always going to come home. I spent most of my life in the Valley. So it was time to come home and just establish myself here. I think in terms, if you were to ask Anselm here, what is the immediate need? And I asked him this yesterday. What if $15 million fell from the sky for your program? What would it be? And this is for a lot of the programs I've seen so far in my short time here, is just repair of buildings, repair of refrigerator, freezers. If we don't have those, we can't open up centers because they're unsafe to allow our elder adults to be in there. So before we can even do some innovative, unique programming, we need safe structures to have our older adults be in. So again, I did consult with Mr. Smith here, what he thought, and I don't know if you want to add to that, Mr. Smith, but again, just an opportunity to advocate on behalf of the elders, but those infrastructure issues are just, and I know you're familiar with it, but very much so with our older adult senior centers.
Thank you for that response.
I'm sorry, could I add to what Ms. Russell was saying about infrastructure? There is a legislation that I would like with the council or the committee to recommend and overlook is HEHSC AU -29-12. What this is the plan of operations for Navigation Facility Maintenance Department. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because facility maintenance cannot come into the senior centers and provide maintenance. They're forbidden by this legislation. So again, that's why some of our buildings are non-compliance. And with saying that, we would have to find outside sources to actually get these repairs done, which we do have a facility maintenance. So again, something you guys may want to look at and, see if that could be amended in some kind of sort, changing the language. So again, that's just on the infrastructure of our senior centers.
Thank you, Anselm, for bringing that up. But yeah, and even in our department, I'm assuming it's a newish building. I might have to have the staff to release because our HVAC isn't working. Yeah, so it's just kind of nationwide that I've noticed so far. Yeah, and I know that we're going to have the round table tomorrow, and I'm just wondering if we ever have issues about heat-related illnesses. Because that's happening back home right now. I have to put that swamp cooler in place for my parents so that they can stay cool. I don't know if that's an issue, but just wanted to mention it. But right now, I won't allow for us to have our seniors in these senior centers.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up.
It's been a major heat wave going through
Right.
now. So thank you for that. And let me
Thank
go
you.
ahead and move on to Honorable Ms. Brown, to Ms. Begay. I'm calling you all kinds of names. It's not even noon time yet. Going down to ask Honorable Ms. Begay Brown. I just gave you a name.
Oh, yeah, it's happening. And Anselm and the new director, Kim. I don't under Ms. Morris. Yeah. Thank you for working with the Department of Health and with aging. And I was senior center supervisor for 20+ years before becoming a council. And I know a lot about what you guys are talking about. Been there. We advocated and asked for all these for so many years, and we dealt with it in the field. And they're still like that. And we just need the council to listen
to the people that live, that works out in the field. Especially during the summer is with the heat, and then the winters with heating again, so. You know, we just need a good structure of HVAC or something.
Right.
You know, that we need, and they're costly, but we need those. And then to that, this legislation too, you know, we need to work on that. So our buildings can be maintained out there, so the senior center supervisor don't have to be under the sink trying
Yeah.
to repair the,
Exactly.
that's because I did that.
Right, right.
Even the toilets, you know, I had to go to True Value to get the parts and connect all those myself, so. You know, is something that we, even as senior center supervisor, we had to do all that, you know, we're on top of the roof at times too. So that's just some of the, you know, experience that I went through. And that's how I know. And another thing that there's a big concern with aging is that there's a lot of staff issues. And we have some good staff that come on board and they're being bullied or, you know, and then they just leave.
Right.
And we could have used their service and their knowledge, you know, and then people that bully and all that, they stay there and they're still carrying it on. And it makes the environment not safe for other staff to come in and to even to where our elders don't even want to come to the senior center because of that. So that all that needs to be addressed and looked at. And I've seen it, I've heard it because I was a delegate. I was delegated as a PS2 for a short time. And I dealt with a lot of that. And just as, you know, we really have limited discipline as supervisor out there too. So, you know, we really need help from the director. We need that support for those senior, even the agency staff. Some of these agency staff don't really welcome our elders when they come to the agency office. And it should be a safe environment, a welcome environment wherever you go with aging. From the senior center up to the agency office, up to central office. There should always be a welcome atmosphere for our elders. That way we welcome them and make them feel at home. And I've come across my elders, they tell me what they're going through right now. I even got letters that I have now that came from a staff. And she's trying to address it, but nobody's helping her. So she said, I don't know what to do. And she goes, I just feel like resigning, just walking out. And I tell her to pump it out and stay in there, see if we have a new director. Maybe she's the one that can help you. You know, we have people that work really good out there. And they don't need to be treated that way. Some of them, you know, that's the only income they have. And they really, you know, they make that extra effort to really provide for the elders. They're the ones that really are there. They're motivated to be there for our elders. They provide the activities, the services that's needed by the elders. So, you know, we need to really look at that out in the field. And I also met with Loman from the DAR, from Arizona Department of Economic Security. And he works with he does the reimbursement to the nation. And Ansel knows this, and we had a meeting on that. And I really want to bring him back out. And I know we can get more money for our reimbursement.
Okay.
Not just for meals, but more than meals. There's money there. to where we don't have to come back to the council all the time asking for money. You guys have a lot of money for reimbursement. We're just getting like $3 or $4 per person now for an elder, but we can get more than that. We can double that. And, you know, we just need to do the extra work. We just need to train our staff how to do those work, to do the paperwork for that extra money again. There's a lot of money where you guys can. You guys gonna be sitting on money and just use that same money to increase your wages for your staff too. So that's what we had a meeting with Loman, so, and now we need to continue with that. So we can train our staff and so they can do all these paperwork, so we can get more money out of our state, because they're saying, right, here's the money. It's just that the nation's not asking for it. The nation's not requesting for that money. The money's right here. So that's where we're at. So I want to really push that.
Okay.
Since you're here, I want to invite you to that meeting, and we want to set it up again to where I want the budget and finance to come in too. So, and I'll invite my HEHSC this time, my committee, to sit in with us so they'll know what's going on. So I just wanted to share that information with you too.
Thank you.
So go ahead. Thank you. Back to you, Vice Chair. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Gay. I'll go ahead and hand it back to you.
Sure.
Ms. Russell
Just
for
some
response.
Yes, a response, thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Delegate Nesbitt. So I'm familiar with some of the reimbursement parts, and I was already approached by one of the directors that just what you said. I will work closely with Mr. Smith to investigate. I do want to also mention that, I'm sorry, and some,
Mr. Lewis.
I'm sorry.
You're good. Wait, are you over here?
We're giving
You're giving me
names today.
You're part of that. I'm so sorry, Ansel. Mr. Lewis, I'll work with him. I do want to mention that I think you're still in a delegated capacity, right?
Correct.
Again, going back to some personnel issues. Again, the employees I've met so far, very dedicated to the job, even though they are still in a position that's not where they're delegated, and so they're not receiving that salary, all that stuff. So I got to address some of those DPM issues. So I do know Miss Manuel. I worked a little bit with her when I was in Phoenix. So hope to capitalize on my relationship with her prior to coming here. So working on that. The reimbursement part, I used to work closely with the tribe liaison, Miss Jocelyn Beard. So we'll figure something out here. I do recognize maybe the need for a consultant to help us fix that business component, right? Because it is a reimbursement piece. It's a business type of matter. We have a consultant kind of come in and help us set up our business procedures and policies, because I don't think we have any right now in Navajo Department of Health. There's also opportunity to, and I think the only function that's happening is within behavioral health. So they're getting reimbursed through Medicaid. So they have some model there. We can take a look at that model, see if we can apply it here. There's also opportunity to reimburse CHRs. I don't know if you knew that. But state of Arizona passed state law that could certify them. And I don't know if any of our CHRs are certified. But we know we always go to them first, right? When anything needs, right? I just love working with CHRs. Some of the most dedicated people in our Navajo tribal government. First responders, they do so much good work, but a lot of their work is not reimbursable until now. And that reimbursable service would be health education. Right now, state of Arizona only said health education. I know New Mexico already has set that up. So I don't know what we're doing with New Mexico, but there's a lot of opportunity for a Navajo Department of Health to bring in money, but we need to create that business model. I need the resources to hire people to help create that business model. Because it's quite a bit of work. We would have to put in policies and procedures for us to do that.
You would need somebody who knows probably billing.
Billing. Right. So thank you for the feedback, and I'm gonna work with my staff closely on some of these things, but very good ideas. Thank you for that input back to us.
Well, thank you. Let me go ahead, let's give, Ms. Nesbigay a follow-up here, then I'll.
And you also mentioned the CHR too, and they do really work closely with the senior centers out there. And I know they're always looking for a place. And their office place, sometime, maybe, work with the chapters. And so they can always have an office space there.
Okay.
So, but sometimes, the CHR really needs to come out. Even the diabetes, they need to come out to the senior centers and really demonstrate what they're offering. The communities like exercise, and we used to have a lady that used to do that like 2 years ago, and once she left, we don't see diabetes people anymore out here. So that's what we really need out there, the hands-on out there with the elders.
Okay, so Madam Vice Chair, Delegate Nesbigay, I don't know if you knew this, but in the whole nation, I believe the whole nation, the United States, the Navajo Nation has the biggest community health worker workforce in the nation. We do. Across the whole nation. I don't know if you knew that, but we do over 135, but I think we have vacancy rates, so it's like 160.
Yeah. 106.
That's it, yeah. That's great. We're always known for that.
Wow,
Mhm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Thank you for
The
sharing.
single
Still need to
agency.
fill them.
Yeah, because they're
Wow.
still trying to get their CHW workforce started, but we've always had the biggest one. We always would, when I used to work for the state, I would always mention that to other people in the state of
Right.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Also, we were the first model of community health workers in the nation, 1962. They,
Wow.
other people finally caught on in like 1980s. So we're
Wonderful.
pioneers in that area.
Wow, good to know. Thank you. Let me hand it back over to Honorable Unita.
Thank you. Amson, can you, give me that, legislation numbers again?
Yeah.
And, that'll be my question. Then my second question is to you again. As being appointed, when we,
Yes, I want to.
represent you at the chambers, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see some, like a really good feeding system for the elders. Because a lot of times on this stretch of rural area where they reside, there's no emergency response. And, by the time they get there, some of them, they get their house burned down. And I know that fire is pretty dangerous. Even, the firewood is scarce as well. So I'd like to see a really good heating system, maybe propane or natural gas or whatever. You guys can provide that, I think that would be very helpful. Because that's the really need for them. The same with the cooling system. A lot of reports that I get, they get heat stroke as well. The way the climate change is changing here, and I know our temperature have risen 2 degrees in our area.
A lot of heat.
And that's, it's still gonna increase. And then even the weather in the winter time, it goes below, and it's probably gonna go maybe -2. Even that, we had to consider those things ahead of time. And then another thing too is our CHR, our community health representative. We don't have those at our chapters, and the requirements for them to be hired is very high. Like I tell you, because they can start a trainee or something like that, to increase their requirements.
Thank you. See you next week.
Thank you.
Those of you listening on Zoom, can you please mute yourselves? Ashonda.
Because these elders, we need a report of how their conditions are out there. Because this CHR is the one that was back in days. And it's really hard to go out and visit them. Because used to be a district president. I used to go out and, I used to tell the county brand. And that's where I see all these elders, they sit there by themselves, they're all crying, need help. They have health conditions and, the kids are not there and so forth, and it's really sad to see that. And then I see their houses, I see their poor condition now they are. And that's how I used to report to the chapters. I said, these elders over here and over there, they really need help. They need water lines and electricity and so forth. And that's where we're really lacking, really understanding how our elders are, what the living conditions are, what health wise as well. So that's the main one important, because I like to see CHR being, even just one can work, but there's one that was appointed from St. Michael's here. But she never told that. We enforced her to come by, but she never did. So, the same thing I'm thinking about you now being appointed. I seen a lot of these appointees that we dealt with. And then after they get appointed, we try to send messages, phone calls, emails. We don't get it. We just get it even ignored. I don't want to see that from you. Because this is a very important position that you want to be appointed to. And those are the things that I like to see and improve. And then same time, I guess you can support us in like the dirt road conditions. Because we have bad roads, even our Navajo Department of Transportation that we appoint, just like him, he's just ignoring us now. And that's no good, because these elders, they need, the road created. We have a bad sandstorm. And then, El Nino is coming. It's gonna wash out all our roads and make into muddy conditions and so forth. And I see our roads like that for like 3 years. They're not even upgrade. They're not even rated. And so, those are the things that I'm concerned about. And even with our EPA, we have a lot of exposure that happened in our communities that needs attention. But we need those kind of individual expertise to really work with. And that's how, your policies and whatever you see needs to be changing. And here we're the lawmakers that we can change a lot of these, integrating with the concern levels and with the policy changes that needs to happen. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I'm gonna allow Mr. Lewis to respond to your first question. I also wanted to mention that he's actually attending a session next week in Utah on roads. Is that right?
Yes, on
And
tribal.
please elaborate on
okay.
that.
Going back to what you were requesting, that legislation docket number is HEHSC-AU-29-12. That is the plan of operations for facility maintenance. And then going back to your second point of view, again, pardon me for seeing preoccupied with other stuff, but I was finding some other information relating to what you're talking about, cooling systems and heating systems. Daltex just got awarded $284,362 from Arizona for housing assistance. But again, the only restrictions that this plays into the communities is that it's for 60 plus and it's only for Arizona residents. So again, because only this is because it's state funds from Arizona. So we can't cross course into New Mexico or Utah. So that, again, that's why I was looking for that information, and I excuse me for assuming I was not acknowledging you guys, but I was trying to find that information. But that's regards to State Bill 1720, Arizona. And then as Ms. Russell mentioned, that next week I will be attending a meeting with Title VI at a aging conference in regards to transportation in Indian country. This meeting is going to consist of how they can help us improve, again, going back to what you're saying, dirt roads, transportation from point A to point B. Again, some of these senior centers are the only transportations for some of these elders. And the point of the meeting is to get recommendations on how they can improve or help Navajo, again, to improve these services nationwide. So again, on completion of the meeting, I can provide some insight on what was talked about in regards to that. And again, this is what Delegate Toth was talking about again with the Older American Act, which falls under Title VI. So again, if some literature needed on that, I can provide that as well.
So Mr. Lewis, if you can maybe connect with our Department of Transportation to get any data that can help support your advocacy, I think that would be great. In terms of heating system cooling, I think someone that mentioned light heat.
Yes.
And I think that's within Division of Social Services, right? So I probably need to connect with that division on that. I know there's a lot of requirements there, right? With our CHRs, from what I understand about CHRs, and I worked really closely with CHRs for a very long time because we did a lot of state policy on their behalf. Majority of their clients are going to be older adults. So they see, like you were mentioning, Delegate Anita, they see their conditions. I don't know if there's a mechanism in place for them to report back. Maybe we bring some of our CHRs to report to, I don't know. But there isn't a mechanism to report that back. And I'll go another level. Some of the work that we were trying to do to integrate CHRs into healthcare systems, again, integrating them, they're not integrated into our healthcare system. So to give you an example, when a doctor sees someone for high blood pressure, which, you know, high blood pressure is a huge disparity for our people, translates to heart disease, heart attacks, stroke. They probably do blood pressure checks on their clients 10 times compared to when a doctor sees them one time. But we don't have a mechanism in place so that when the doctor sees that person in the hospital for those 15 minutes, they can pull up all those other 10 times that the CHR visited with them, right? We don't have that in place. That's what we were trying to work on. It's going to take a lot of time, right? So the doctor only sees them at what I think my dad's visits are every 3 months. That's all he's going to see is that blood pressure check. But today and then 3 months later. But that CHR probably had 10 blood pressure checks in between. That doctor does not see that. I had a really great, a doctor explained to us that because he had a CHR that he worked with, the CHR said, "Doctor, I think you need to look at her feet. She's walking around with a thumbtack in her foot." But she didn't see it because she can't check her foot herself. But because that CHR noticed that and was able to communicate that to the doctor, can you imagine what was saved? Not only her health, her foot probably, but all of the healthcare costs that could have been associated with that if we had to amputate her foot, right? So again, I don't know how there's a mechanism in place to have CHRs report back on the welfare of our older adults because the majority of their clients are going to be older adults. But in the healthcare system, we don't have that mechanism in place. What complicates things more is that we have the tribal CHRs and then 638s. Our systems are separate. So just wanted to mention, again, I worked a lot with CHRs and we were really trying to integrate CHRs, but there's a lot of process, a lot of policy, dollars, resources that need to be implemented to do that. I have a lot of ideas right now, right? I'm new and bringing it to here. I do want to say, I do need the resources and the support. I've already recognized there's key staff I don't have, which would then, we'll also work really close with DPM to try to address that. But maybe even appropriations to get some of these accomplished. So however you may help, and I'll work really closely with President and Vice President to address some of these issues, but we'll see how we do. And so again, I look forward to working with this committee and they're doing some good work.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. And a follow-up question?
Yes. Thank you for your response here, and I'm from Utah.
I'm born in Utah. Never went back though, Cedar City.
Still in Utah. It's beautiful. Utah is beautiful. And it's waiting for all of you guys to visit.
Mhm.
And I have a question about, like you said, there's 240K in this for Arizona. And as being an appointee, you cover Utah, right? You can seek some of these fundings. And that's what I like to see in Utah, because we're just small, 7 chapters in Utah. That's what I like to see. And then with the transportation you're talking about, it's a good idea, like the elders, just like B roads, they call it busted routes. We should consider the elder roads too, because they need medications and appointments and so forth. And so, I think that's how we can, insert something like that into the Department of Transportation. And that's something that you gotta consider as well, because we need that kind of support from you, and that's what we need. And then as far as you're saying about the CHR, how all the health system is being reported and so forth, and sound like, you always said this, every presenter that you heard, from different departments, everything sounds like it's running so smooth that you can just come over here and say, hey, I need this kind of information. I want this, and so you can get guidance so quickly, but that's not the case. There's always a wonderful report and say, wow, this is wonderful. But you mentioned, like a report card. That's what needs to be established among all the employees, like departments. Because that way, you can evaluate where everybody's at. And that way, like nobody has no excuse. Then, whatever wherever they did their service and so forth, you'll have a record. And they'll tell you about, the job description and the proficiency that they're performing out there. And that's what I like to see. And that's what I'd like to see from all the departments from the nation. Because they'll tell you that, that who's really doing their job and who's really not. And that's how I always see it, because we all gone to school. And then we've been graded, how we're doing in our grade levels, and that's how we graduated. If we didn't do good, we didn't pass our class. That's the way it should be, and I think that's, I always compare from the state level as you are with the nation here. It's totally different. There's like a screen, and I dealt with a lot of administration through calls and so forth, and I just don't get a runaround if I go into like in the public sector. Maybe call there, and then I definitely get an answer on that same call, not being transferred or anywhere. And that's what I like to see. And I think that's where everything is kind of in a slow pace. And they always repeat, and whatever you're trying to seek, sometimes you don't get the answer, and then it just fades away. We get all about it until somebody reports on it again, and then that's when you start thinking again. So those 3 questions right there, I don't know how you guys can address that.
Go ahead. So, Madam Vice Chair, and I'll get Retail. I think, coming into this, I've recognized a few things. I'm not even 2 weeks in. So I'm gonna try to work as best as I can with my other division directors to address some of these things. I'm also gonna say I'm gonna be realistic about what can be accomplished. So I'm not gonna promise anything that might just sound good to you all, right? Make me look good. I'm gonna be realistic, because already, I don't have the staff that I need. And we have resources that are not plentiful right now. So, but we will work hard towards these. Like I mentioned, I'm working with some people, a few people already, who are very dedicated to the work that they do on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So, and any support that you can provide to my department, my staff, myself, truly appreciate that. And I'm ready to serve. Ready to serve.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Russell, and I'm gonna hand the gavel back over to you, because I have questions. We're on questions for this first report.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for running the meeting up to this far. Again, good morning, everyone. I apologize, I was running with my legislation at the other committee. So that's why I'm back now. Earlier I left from here, so. We are currently on receiving report item number 5. And so with that, I believe Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson does have questions, so I will go ahead and give her the floor. Vice Chair.
Oh, yeah, thank you again for this really good report that we've received just within the few less than an hour here. I really appreciate your level of knowledge regarding health administration, more specifically geriatrics. I like that you are familiar with policy work, because I think that's where much of the change is needed, so we can provide good services to our people. And that also you have good knowledge of the CHR program, and all the areas that need to be addressed to, so that we can receive reimbursements, you know, from all the different programs. But I think, you know, going back to just having community programs, I remember there's a group of people that come out, and we're in a rural community out in Hard Rock. In that region, there's a group of people that come out every year, and unfortunately it's just one time a year, and they do like just basic foot care. Like they come, and it's kind of like a little mini spa day. They soak your feet and then, you know, trim nails if need be. But a lot of elders show up to this activity, and in one instance, I was there, an elder came in and found that her foot was swollen and also infected. And that was from a basic foot care. And right away took her to the hospital and found out that she eventually needed a foot amputation. And that was really unfortunate. And it was really, you know, it's just little things like that are really important. And I just can't, you know, stress that enough. And I would hope that with your expertise, and you had mentioned that you want to create more community health programs, community-based health programs. I would really like to see that, especially in our rural communities, and even something as simple as, you know, a foot soak, you know, once a month, you know, just to take care of our people like that. What I'm noticing throughout our communities is that we have we're starting to see high elder population. And a lot of it is because I think young folks and middle-aged people are leaving the reservation to seek jobs and other opportunities off the reservation, and often left behind are older populations. So in my rural communities of Black Mesa, Forest Lake, Hard Rock, that's what I'm seeing, is just a real high elder population. And that becomes definitely a risk factor. Right now, we're going to be dealing with high heat, you know, conditions. We're going to have heat waves here in the hundreds in the next few days. And then, of course, definitely during winter months. And so you know, we really need to start paying attention to those things. And we need to get, I know you mentioned that we have a lot of CHRs, but in one of my more rural communities of Forest Lake, Black Mesa, we're lacking a CHR, and we really needed one through the winter, because they needed to go up and do some, you know, health assessments. We had people missing, their diabetes, treatment because they couldn't get out onto the main roads and they miss, one person missed like a whole week. And so those things become dangerous and we didn't have that, community health worker, daily to help and assist make those, assessments. Certainly our senior programs need help. We sort of touched on the issue, several HES meetings back with Mr. Lewis. My region, my senior programs need help. And there's a variety of problems and I'll schedule, a separate meeting with that, with the senior center staff. So there's a whole wide range of problems there. Going back to Department of Special Diabetes, that is, and that really also, my complaint with that program is there's just not, I don't see them out in community enough. And there really needs to be some community programs out, again, out in the rural areas. Most programs stop at the agency level. Most programs stop at Kanta, Chinle, Winter Rock, Shiprock, Tuba City. And then from there, the rural people live at least 60, 70, 80 miles from those locations. And so with high gas prices and everything else, it's really hard to, for our people to go to these sort of towns or, to the agencies to get the help, not just with special diabetes, but say like Department of Youth, like youth programs and other really community-based programs. I'd like to work with you on creating the emergency response. Up to now, a couple of my chapters do not have that emergency response plan, something adequate. And what I'm recognizing again is when you have community or emergency response plans, you're really dependent on more of your sort of able-bodied people. You're dependent on folks that can get out into these conditions and, move things or, have the ability to lift heavy objects or move things or walk through deep snow or mud. But again, because of high elder population, I think, we are not getting the volunteers that we need. So I'd like to work with you on that. HVAC is just, buildings are just an issue all the way around. And I know that with under Biden administration and a lot of the federal funds coming out, there are funds for like say HVAC replacements, roof replacements, and I've not really quite, I don't have a grasp on that and how we access those things. So I'd like to, I think we really need to learn more about that and how we can do at the least we could get. There's some, I think you can get some tax credits if you replace roof and then like a green HVAC of some sort. So those things are possible. It's those things with federal funds, they tell you about it and they tell you there's millions and millions and millions of dollars, but they don't tell you exactly how to get it. They just tell you about it. And then it just kind of, I told the federal folks, these things you tell us, and like when I'm trying to look for it, it's kind of like you talk about it like it's some mirage way over there. There's gold over there, but like you got to help me get over there, and then or like we've got to connect. There's that it's missing. That piece is missing. How do we get there to access those things? That is really really, really important. Also, you said, yeah, I'd like to hear from some of your program staff. So often on HES, we always are just hearing from division directors. But I don't think we've not really had an opportunity to hear from program staff. And I think it'd be really important if we get to hear from some of those, bring senior center staff from Hibito and come and have them present before us, or somebody, group from Utah or, New Mexico. somebody, to tell us real day-to-day interactions they have with our people and what they hear, concerns they hear. That would be really important, for us to hear. We certainly can't be at all those locations out in our communities, but if we could hear from time to time from our program staff, that would, whether it be senior program, Head Start, diabetes, CHR, I think that would be really helpful to us. And because those are the stories I know that we need to share, especially when we're advocating up in, congressional level, at the state level. Those are stories we need to share. And so those are really important. The reimbursements, I agree, we need to get a hold of that, get a grasp. Certainly, we probably need billing people who know how to bill for those services. And you talked about something really important, that community health workers and their visits to our people are not documented and are not accessible to the doctors, the primary care physicians, the folks they see at the hospital. So it sounds to me like community health workers having access to maybe the EHR, the health records. And so electronic health records, and having some kind of access to that, so they can document there, and doctors can certainly pull that up. So that's, I think, really, those are just statements. They're not really questions, but I just want to say I appreciate all the experience that you have. Every one of these areas need help, and you've taken on a really big challenge, and I'm looking forward to working with you. And then I agree that you'll need a really good team to help you move some of these good initiatives along. So thank you for that. I'll put it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments? If not, Vice Chair, I'd love to. Oh, question. Ash, if not Ash, Honorable Tom.
Thank you, chairs, members, and Senado, legislative evidence. I decided to invite down your person. We're still on Andy's. We're really hammering Mr. Nez. Budget's fine. Anyway, it is true what the vice chair said, stated, that we need to get together with the program. I'd like to hear from them. If we go see how well they perform, what areas, problems, is that communication, is it nobody interested in the program? We want to hear from them, so we can work out where that adjustment has to be made. So a lot of times, all these divisions that come before us, they don't really go out to the area where the members are not the members, the employees. So all this information comes to us. We get the email, the text, and so this about changing. Try to bring the issue before them, they're not responding back to me, but I pay, so all the programs like that. So a goal issue there. So as a new director going to be, there's those areas we work on it and staff. We have a lot of experience. You said almost the same. I don't think so, but state you go and really they can fire you anytime. But over here we have to follow the protocol. A state you go, they can a new business, but over here. And give another chance to these people, so I can do that before like I just. But he's Asian members, so. Work with the community, work with that. Being bullied, you know? Just being bullied, why? It's not ordinance anymore. So you gotta work. Staff, motivate them, you know? Motivate, them, you know, not right here, but down. The senior center. I can tell you, I can sit here and tell you what's going on. Committee's time, is I've been involved with this agent for a long time. She knows that. And so anyway, just to make it short, and you know what I'm talking about. Get down to the level. So you don't have this internal issue problems. Yeah, well, there's gonna be some issues. Some people are lazy, you know. But oh gosh, so maybe even that. I try to support you guys out there and women about that. Whatever. Anyway, thank you, Chair. And so
Yeah, Honorable Toll, for those comments and questions. Before I give the floor back to you for response, I'd like to give the gavel back to Vice Chair Simonson, so I can make my questions and my comments as well. So with that, Vice Chair.
You may proceed.
Again, thank you. Yeah, today, Vince James and Seattle. Footage in Sonset Najini Bashi Chain, Kia Ani Dasha Cheda from my life in Dashinale. Ado partners never but the Shahi in that cheese or the year. Those are my 5 chapters that I represent here as a council delegate. So I do have a very lengthy questions and comments, but I'll just touch briefly on a lot of them just quickly. The first one is that with the previous intern division director that we had an issue to where reports were not being made by her. And so I hope you, as being appointed as NDOH executive director, that you will not send your assistants or your staff over to provide the report. I think it's very important that we have that collaboration from leadership to leadership in order to move forward in managing the division. And so that would be my first request to you. Another one is it's been an ongoing question is, do you only operate from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.? We've asked that question because there's been cases where we ran into individuals contacting us indicating, you know, I'm stranded out here, I'm down here, blah, blah, blah. And it's on the weekend and we don't know who to contact. And it's always brought back to us that, you know, we only work Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And so as you being appointed, what is your plan to work with your staff regarding the outside hours and the outside working days? And so that is another question that we've always had that has not been addressed. Moving on is in regards to the executive order of April 2016, which is the sexual harassment in workplace policy. That's another issue that we've to where some of the staff are not getting either their annual or biannual training regarding to that sexual harassment and workplace policy. And moving on, I know you just have been appointed, but working with your staff and your management team, I know that there are going to be some very interesting points on how you guys are gonna adopt and revise possibly your plan of operation of Department of Health, and moving on to also making some new and revised amendments that could possibly happen based off your plan of operation. So what is your time frame to get your plan of operation updated? When do you plan on starting your 164 review process, working with your management, your team there? And next one is in regards to budget season right now. We will be beginning budget season here in another next month. And the big question that I continue to ask is that the programs do not have the options to move forward with carryover budgets. And so I'm waiting to see how much fundings are not being utilized by the programs. And do they need this whole amount of funding? And so that's another interesting piece to find, and if you can provide that information of where your balance is as of now for the fiscal year 2022-23, and what is your plan to spend as much of that funding? What are going to be your plans? And so we only have a few more months left before we reach the end of the fiscal year. So that's another piece that we've been asking for. Another one is in regard to, again, having an effective communication between your departments, verbally, electronic, however that is. How do you plan to improve the communications between your office and all your departments out there? The reason why I say this is because I constantly have been receiving concerns and issues from department staff regarding leadership, regarding management team that are not responding right away to certain emails or to certain leave requests down the line. And so what is your plan to improve the effective communication between your departments that you would be overseeing? And moving on is in regards to, I just call it the unique work site drama. And I just call it, and I'm always quoted on it, and it's perfectly fine. We continue to have those problems and issues in all of our departments and all of our work sites. And it is very interesting, some stories that we hear from the local staff when you visit them out there. And you'll probably get a burden of that from your own staff that you probably have not met, that have concerns and issues about your leadership management team. And we try to emphasize from here to not work in a retaliation way with your staff, because the reason is, it's hard to fill these positions, and it's hard to lose individuals that have unique, knowledgeable expertise in the fields or in the positions that they are filling. And so some of them have some emotional, stressful stories regarding leadership at division administration office. There's some very, very emotional stories that you will hear from your own staff that you're going to be overseeing, and you're going to have to take that on. And that's the difficult part, and that's the hard part of who is it that you are going to assist And how are you gonna solve the problem? That's gonna be the tough part. Because no matter what you do, no matter what we say, it's hard to change an individual's of their management skills. It's hard, it's tough. And so I really do hope that you go out there and you ask your staff if they could share their concerns regarding your management team, regarding your management staff. And maybe it's because there's no leadership right now. Maybe because there's nobody up there at the top level to run the program. And so you'll hear those unique, interesting, emotional stories of how a lot of them are actually being treated from the perspective of being bullied in their workplace. And so, I mean, it's sad to say, and it has gotten to the point where your staff in Department of Health has been informed you are not allowed to talk to council delegates. And I hope you don't make that a quote for you as being an appointed division director, quoting and stating that you cannot talk to council delegates. We are here as your oversight committee, and I need you to understand that we are here to help. We are here to assist. And to tell your staff that you cannot talk to council delegate, that is something that is not appropriate or is not right to say to our NAFCO people. Yes, there's certain policies that are in place regarding chain of command, but openly, I believe that staff need to have that opportunity to speak to their lawmakers, to speak to their council delegates. And I encourage you not to use that quote to where you use that you cannot talk to council delegates. They have every right to come to any of their council delegates. So I really do hope that I don't hear that from a staff, that you indicated that. There has been staff that have come before us that has indicated that they were told not to talk to council delegate. So that's why I want to meet somewhere at the chapter house parking lot, at Speedway parking lot, at the hospital parking lot, and I want to tell you the story. This is how your staff are being treated. This is what we are actually going through. And sometimes we sit there during lunchtime with them and we hear a handful of stories. Just so they won't encounter a retaliation. So you're going into this big old bubble of unique worksite drama. And so I hope you do try your best to resolve it. As you move forward into your position, you're going to most likely find out that you're going to hear this, probably it's 60% of each day that you're going to hear this problem. You're going to hear this issues from your staff concerning the management team. And so I just wanted to inform you and enlighten you of that information. Another one is in regards to your grants and your projects. As of today, we really have not received any update regarding any projects that are happening or special projects. Let me put it in special project. If there's any special projects that are happening or any special grants that are in place or that are currently there in your office. So that's that. And then another one is that it's been difficult to deal with this one, which is the facility and the infrastructure. It's been something that we've been hearing from majority of our divisions, majority of our departments regarding whatever it is, if it's the AC, if it's the air conditioner, or if it's the heating source, whatever, space and all of that. And so what I know there is a plan out there. What is the plan? And we've also been asking about that information regarding facility and infrastructures. Where are the facilities that need some high maintenance or that requires for us to at least start addressing it as an oversight? So of course, as we move on, we'll most likely start talking about the information system. Most likely talking about your financial management and for how your whole budget deal works and all the different funding sources that you have. My colleagues here on HEHSC has not had that experience yet, and hopefully you will be the first department to give them that training of how you utilize funding from the federal level, from the Navajo Nation, the general funds, because your department encounters all these different funding sources. And it's going to be very interesting on how you will be presenting that whole financial piece for your division. Sometimes it's very confusing. And so I hope you guys have a little a chart or a little guideline on how these funding is utilized and why there's always so much documents required when it's regarding federal funds and so forth down the line. And I just kindly request that you provide that information in a visual perspective for my colleagues of how all these funding sources are utilized. That will be my final comment and my final statement. If need to, if you don't have any answers to any of those at the moment, I would not mind a written response back from you. I'm perfectly fine. I know we have a lengthy agenda before us too, so me myself, I really am more compassionate of having information documented. And we have it here before us, and so when we continue to meet down the road, when you provide reports, we have that information before us, and we can utilize that information to plan out and try to assist your division and you and your team and your staff. So so I would kindly request that I receive my comments, my questions, and a written response back from you. So thank you again, and congratulations and welcome. That's all I have to say, and put the vice chair.
Oh, thank you, Chair Vince James, for your comments. And so you want the response written and submitted back. Okay, so response written and submitted back. And you want to just add any comments to
Certainly.
some of the things he's talked about? We can give you that time.
So Vice Chair Simonson and Chair James. So I guess some closing comments, right? First of all, thank you for having me on your agenda. I'm happy to meet with you today, happy to work with you. I think you recognize I'm coming to a department that has that's not on stable ground. I recognize that within the 8 days I've been here. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of work to just stabilize the department. Lack of personnel. We have some vacancy rates that need to be filled. I have key staff that aren't there. So I guess in some ways, give me some time to stabilize this department. It's a big department. I don't know how we compare with other divisions, but I've been told we have over 800 to 900 employees in this department. It's a huge department. So understandably so that there'll be some personnel issues, right? A lot of these issues, I recognize that I have to work with DPM, Division of Personnel Management. I think that's the acronym. I have to work with maybe social services on some of these issues. So I need to get that commitment from those other agencies as well to establish the goals that you put before me. And then lastly, I think I've said this already. Some of these will take a little bit of time, but I think my priority is to stabilize the department. That's really my priority because it's not stable right now. I do expect to be here. I was told I'm supposed to travel a lot. That's what I was told. First thing I was told is you travel a lot because you're representing the nation at all these federal meetings and stuff like that. So I probably need to delegate some of these meetings to people. Again, having that really great management in place. And then let's see, I wanted to just mention one more thing. I recognize the communication within the department is not what it should be. So just to give an example, I still haven't been told who my direct reports are. I don't know who that is.
Wow.
So I'm having to build one. I think it was mentioned, maybe amending, updating our plan of operations, that chart. That probably has to be done because what I saw, there's offices within that plan of operations that are non-existent. I think it was more an aspirational organizational chart, but like, for instance, Office of the Medical Director, Office of Information, I forget what it was, Nutritional Healing. We don't have any of those staff. I don't know why they were never staffed, but we don't have that. So coming back to you all, what is realistic? I understand those offices make sense, right? I totally understand. But if we don't have the funding to hire a medical doctor, because they're not gonna be at my salary, they're gonna be way up there, right? So I want, again, just going back to being realistic. And then I think in terms of just kind of the worksite drama, I've already, my first day, someone came to me with that worksite drama, right? So my first thought is, who's their supervisor? So I like the chain of command. It works. With 900 employees, you have to have a strong chain of command because I can't answer to all 900 employees. There has to be a chain of command in place. My door is open to people coming, but I will always give it back to their supervisor. That just happened today. A young lady came in and she resigned. She gave it to me. But I thought, but you're not my direct report. That should have been to your supervisor. So I pushed it back to her supervisor. So just to give an example of that happening, that chain of command is not being adhered in the department. So there's a lot of culture change and shift that's going to have to be made within the department with 800 to 900 employees, right? Last thing I wanted to address is not being able to talk to you. I will not say that to my employees. I do want to make sure that we have some good communication in place, right? Because I'm an employee as well. And I want to be here. I don't want to be an interim employee. I want to be able to serve my people, and however we can work best together, I'm all for it, right? I do realize I have to empower my supervisors so that they can be good supervisors, because I think there's a challenge there as well. So I'll stop with my comments. I know I've been here for quite a while, but thank you for allowing me some time to respond, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Ms. Russell, for that great report, and also Mr. Lewis and Michelle, Ms. Morris. And do you have a follow-up question?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Vice Chair, just really quickly, how much time do you think you need to provide us a written response?
But Madam Vice Chair, Chair James, a response to your questions or to all
my
the
question.
Yeah, I have I think I counted 10. I'm gonna get back with my management staff, and I think a good month would be fine if that's okay with you, because I need to do some research and just trying to really figure out what all these different programs do. I've not, like I said, I haven't even got an organizational chart. So I'm still kind of getting the lay of the land of the programs, but for the most part, the programs I'm very familiar with because I came from that, right? I know CHRs, I know, but there's some of them I might not be able. So I think if you give me a good month, I can report back on some of your questions. If there's, and I think the other thing too, because you've given me a lot, which I totally recognize, but what are your priorities that you want me to really work on? Because it's a lot that you have given me. Being realistic with me, right? And my time and my staff's time, what can we work on immediately? So I'm trying to triage all the needs that we have within the department. Right. So just again, being very realistic about my time and my staff's time.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Again, I know we received reports from your departments, and there was a template that we sent out, and in that template, the departments had to respond back to us in regards to the challenges that they would have under the 3 states, from the federal level and then from the Navajo Nation level. I think that would be very helpful. That would be a starting point. We are trying to figure out how we're going to diagram all of that information as well. Do we move forward with the top 10 priorities or the top 5 priorities for each of the departments? And so that's where we're trying to figure out here as HESI of how we're gonna separate all of these challenges, accomplishments, the goals, the short term, the long term goals that they have for each of the departments. So just wanted to elaborate and share that information with
Thank you,
you.
Chair.
Thank you. That will be it.
Thank you.
Done.
Yes.
He called it done. Well, thank you
Thank you very
all
much.
for that wonderful report and that
Mhm.
dialogue. And again, this was a very interesting conversation. So thank you for the good work that you all are doing. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. And we are looking forward to the Elders Day
Yeah.
next week.
Have a
And
good day.
yeah,
One
and just-
last comment on that, if I can.
go ahead.
We did send an invitation to, Mr. Cody's office, an invitation to the speaker's office, Clarissa City Day. But I think she wanted a RSVP, that way we can make sure we have enough chairs,
Mhm,
whether at
mhm.
Quality Inn for the roundtable or for the breakfast.
Okay.
And for the luncheon, I guess we don't have to worry about, but just mainly the breakfast and the roundtable, if you guys want to sit in. That way we can make sure logistically we have enough people that can participate and, yeah. All right, thank you. I'll put up.
And yeah, and just a recommendation with the local chapters, I know they have a lot of youth workers. So I would just send out, I think it'd be nice to send out invitation to the youth workers to come out and help with the Elder Day, with just getting them drinks, maybe perhaps getting them to the restroom, I don't know what age the elders are at and what,
Yeah, we do have some interns in our
help them,
office,
so-
maybe we can utilize them to help us do
Yeah,
that.
that would be great.
And of course, we have Beltec staff that are
Mhm.
helping and we're collaborating with social service. I think we'll be okay. Speaker's office is really helping us too with
Wonderful.
coordinating, so I think we'll be all right. So hopefully, this is gonna be a good successful event, at least a starting point to understand the elder issues, and then maybe at some time down the road, they did talk about planning a formal elderly day and more fun and games and a full day of stuff, so down the road.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes the report from
You have to
the
vote.
Division of Health, and let me hand the gavel back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. So we do have a motion on the floor regarding this report, motion made by Honorable Helena Nasbigay and second by Honorable Curtis Unito. Committee members, are there any other additional questions, comments to the presenters? Going 2 times, 3 times. So with that, I will go ahead and call the vote for a roll call vote to accept the report from Ms. Kim Russell and from Lewis Jr. and Michelle Morse. So with that, Honorable Helena Nasbigay,
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson,
I vote green.
Honorable Yanito,
In favor.
Honorable Toth.
Push the
Honorable,
green button.
Honorable Dr. Nez. So with that, we do have 3 in favor and chair not voting and 2 committee members not voting as well. So with that, again, thank you for the report and we will continue and work forward and collaborating a lot of information with you. With that, thank you. We are hereby excused from HESC committee meetings and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes, have a good rest of your day.
Oh, I'm on it.
Seeing you very soon.
Oh. So with that, moving on to item B on report, which is the Napa Old School Board Association issues quarterly report. Quarterly report, April 2023 to June 2023. The presenter is Jordan at City, Executive Director, the Napa Old School Board Association. So with that, I believe we do have Mr. Jordan at City here before us, and then also committee members. The report was also emailed to us, and we do also have a hard copy in our packet regarding the report. So with that, I will go ahead and provide you the 20 minutes, Mr. at City. You've been before the Health Education and Human Service Committee before, so you know the procedures. And so you have 20 minutes to provide your report. If you need additional time at the end, if we are inconsistent, then we'll give you that additional time to finish out your report. So with that, Mr. At City, do you have any questions?
Chair James, I would just like to first maybe have our staff introduction. I know, I've introduced myself to the committee several times, but I would just like to introduce all of our staff at the BOSBA, to just the three of us.
Okay,
That's fine.
so with that, without taking away any time from the 20 minutes, I will go ahead and give you some time for introduction, and then once you complete your introduction, then your 20 minutes will begin. So with that, Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and also committee members. Good afternoon. My name is Jordan City, and I'm the Executive Director for the Naboka School Board Association. And I just want to thank you for having us attend your meeting and giving us an opportunity to provide a report to the committee. I know several times I have been in front of the committee, but I do brag at times about our staff members, fully staffed with short staff. So during this time, I would like to give the floor over to my staff to introduce themselves to you.
Ja, why now Nestle Munisha, Ibutcoin Nishle, touching the brushes chin. Ushin here, that's a check, Najani Dashnala. I'm from St. Michael's, so I'm just up the road a little. It's nice to meet you all. I'm the administrative assistant. We did recently have a conference, and I'm very happy to see familiar faces here. It was really a great opportunity to meet you all at our own settings. And yes, I look forward to, or I do read over Jordan's reports as well. So thank you for your time and commitment to your jobs and your duties.
Yeah.
Ja, det jag reparate ben yinsia. Ado ki anin shlom the 20 buses team. Island the should say do ashin hidashinala. Ado JT's ade inasha. Ado bookkeeper Ainsla for the BOSBA. Ado the area.
Yeah, Shumasan. That completes your introduction, correct? So with that, Mr. Etsini, your 20 minutes will begin in regards to your Geneva Oka Board of Association quarterly report from April 2023 to June 2023. So with that, your 20 minutes begins now.
Chair, Vice Chair, and also committee members. First, I just wanted to thank the committee members who were able to attend our conference, our summer conference out in Las Vegas. We did have a low number, but normally it was a good surprise to have more administrators than anything at our conference. And then first, I also too would like to thank you for providing over an open discussion for our administrators and school board members. And as far as our administration, we all have introduced ourselves. We are the BOSBA here. As I mentioned before, our primary responsibility is to provide training services for school board members across the Navajo Nation. We are the business office, and I guess a little update from the last report that I have. I just wanted to note, like in the technical assistance portion, I know that we are moving into a new realm of education, and that is technology. So one of the things that we had created for our school board members are email addresses. And so in a way, we want to track the training that they get in with the BOSBA. This also includes all the attendees who do attend, as far as administrators, other school board members. And then on top of that, one of the benefits that we get as a nonprofit is that we get like a premier Google email address. So we're able to utilize all of Google's applications and going forward just to help school board members out. I know it's something new for us, but each board member that is under the BOSBA has that for them. As far as the strategic vision, our primary goal is to create effective school board members, and that is our top goal. And so one of the things that I want to share in the packet that I had sent is the amount of training that we provided for the 22-23 school year. And so I'm glad to say we've reached our milestone, 84 presentation opportunities that our school board members were able to take advantage of. Little history, I know listening in the several of the committees meetings, they want data from like maybe 2-3 years back. So I just wanted, like, the year before, we provided over 60 presentations. The year before that, during the COVID restrictions, we provided over 34 presentations. And then the year before that, with the lockdown, we provided over 28 presentations. So a lot of the presentations came from the BOSBA staff members, myself, Raparata, and Wainona. Normally, there's other school board members who do provide training as well, but a list in the packet, I did provide over the training title and then also the presenters. So again, just notice that the BIE and DODI portion. So this would conclude the training that we've done for our school board members for this past school year. Even before that, you'll see the list of training that we provided. The 22-23 school year training. We did have monthly training and then our conferences. So you want to just skim through that, and basically these are the trainings that we provide over to our school board and administration staff level. So last report that I've had, one of the main goals that we've had is to strengthen the partnerships that we have throughout Navajo Nation, which includes the Board of Education and the Department of Education. And I just would like to appreciate the committee for the directives, the actions that has happened in the past month or two regarding the working relationship. And I do listen to these meetings, and I do try to help any way I can on my end as far as the school board training. I know certain times there's audit issues, and normally we throw audits into our conferences, or the current issue, we throw it into our conferences or even our trainings, such as the ethics, audit preparation. Okay, if you notice in our conference, that's one of the things that we have pushed for. So with that, that would conclude the training portion of it. And right now, one of the things that I want to bring up is that the 3 staff members, myself, Raparata, and Wainona, we are still teleworking from home. We've made several attempts to reach out to the Navajo Nation Department of Division of General Services regarding our building, because our building is under the Navajo Nation's Facilities Department. So in a way, I want to include the inspection report that we have, because it's a Navajo Nation building. If you notice, I took out most of the pictures because I did present this at one point, but our building has lead, asbestos, and mold in the building. So right now, we are all teleworking from home. We've gone into the building several times, maybe a couple hours, and normally we just leave with headaches. So right now we're straight teleworking. I know last meeting, Mr. Toth had provided over, Honorable Toth had requested from DODI to provide, to see if we would be able to move into the DODI admin building. I know I was working with Dr. Begay, and there was a storage facility he wanted to give us, and then after that, I think he had resigned a week or two later. So, but we have been calling around or even looking for another office space, and we have not been lucky. I know OBI had reached out to us too, asking for office space, and I told them, if you find one, let me know, we'll probably follow you guys. But this is a Navajo Nation building, and I think this is one of the things that we're really needing right now. And so if the committee can help us, and I know there's some CARES funding that has not been used, and I know it is an allowable cost, so maybe this is something that we can push until for the next budget session. As far as how much a modular, like it's just three of us too, so how much a modular would cost, something like this, or maybe even asking one of the departments here to provide us office space. But a lot of the documents are there. So the second thing I wanted to bring up is several of the legislations that passed within the last committee, the 24th Navajo Nation Health Education Human Services Committee, is the legislation regarding background checks. The Navajo School Board Association, we had an administrative appeal against the BIE Director Dearman. Basically, this appeal is BIE had went into the Bureau operated schools and told school board members, you are no longer a school board member. You are hereby dismissed from your duties. We had made the arguments of BIE not being able to do that. And that is the duty of an authority of the Navajo Nation. Because school board members are in a way creatures from Title 11. So school board members as governing board members. So because of that, there was a background investigation policy that was approved within the last committee. We had provided our inputs on how the administrative appeal should be complete first before any decision is made on the Navajo Nation. So in a way, I saw it as an opportunity for Navajo Nation to hold BIE accountable in all different ways. So that's one of the things I would request from the committee, to see if there is if in a way we can review that legislation. Right now, what that legislation says is that all the background checks would be handled by Department of Education. But Department of Education is an administrative department of Navajo Nation. So if anything, the background portion should be dealt with at the election office. So on top of this, in that policy, it states that a STODI personnel will be looking at it. And we have asked several questions since the background policy had been placed. Where is the safe going to be? Who's going to be handling it? Provide us a position description so that we know all the information that is kept at DOE is sensitive. So, I mean, secured, because there is sensitive information in there. The second legislation that had been passed by the 24th Navajo Nation Council was the grant application. The grant contract conversion maintenance handbook. They added clarifying language to that legislation. I know this is a topic that you've probably heard a number of times, and again, like this legislation or this policy is actually a conversion from Bureau operated to grant school. Right now, there's nothing in place as far as reauthorization goes. And so when you really look at the bigger picture, these grant schools are being reauthorized every single 2 years, 1 year, 3 year. It's not so much of a accreditation type of thing. It's just more like you are authorized to run your grant application again. So one of the things that I've attached in before I had came into my directorship, the previous executive director, along with school board members, administrators, and then Department of Education, is they provided over an updated reauthorization manual, which has a checklist. So if you notice in your packet, I think it's highlighted blue. If not, it's Exhibit A. Almost, I know these ones don't have page numbers, but it's page 63. So if anything, page 63 going on, I would like to request the committee to see if a directive can be made to the BOSBA, Doty, and then also Board of Education to look over this reauthorization packet. One of the things I also included is the directive that came from Chairman Jonathan Hale, who was on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council delegate of Exhibit D. I know that this needs a lot of work, and I think moving forward, I think this is something that where Department of Education, and Board of Education can include additional topics. I know one of the main things that the 24th or 23rd Navajo Nation Council, the reason why they didn't approve it is there was a 10-year reauthorization. So going into the packet, let me see. Going into the next one, as far as Department of Education's collaboration, I just want to appreciate the collaboration, that the directive that has been given to Department of Education. And one of the things we had actually met this morning and talked about several issues. I thought the meeting, this meeting we were going to be on at 11 o'clock, so we were here kind of early, but we do have a relationship right now, and I do appreciate the directives that came from this committee. Going into the school board reapportionment, I know this has been a topic. This is not in the packet, but the school board reapportionment. I would like to request from the HEHSC committee to possibly create a task force for this reapportionment. I know there's several issues where within the previous council or the previous committee, they had provided different opinions. So there wasn't full-on consultation, there wasn't full-on discussion on reapportionment. So I would like to request this to see if a task force can be created by this committee. I know one of the things that I listened into was that the Department of Education was given a directive just for public comment, not to draft any plans, but I think during this time, this is something that we can get ahead of right now. I know there was a directive back in February that was made for the three organizations, Doty, DeBoswell, and DGSA, to work on a new plan for this reapportionment, this upcoming reapportionment. Another thing that I included into the packet going after the reauthorization is, let me see, Doty 638. I do not know if this committee has been informed of their Department of Education's and Navajo Board of Education's goal to 638 the education system. But I would like to inform the committee that right now there's going to be pushback. Let me just say that now there's going to be pushback from several school board members, school administrators, and then community members. The reason why I say that is that your stakeholders are not aware of what the 638 is. I know there has been public presentations happening at all in the agencies, but they still don't know what the 638 is, what they're going to take control of. Listening to the last HEHSC committee meeting, it seemed like they were after the indirect cost grant. I mean, if anything, that's the first time I've heard of it, and so that's what your stakeholders need to know. So if you can make that directive to Department of Education to provide presentation, provide education, training to our stakeholders, so they do know they actually have enough input. There's a lot of administrators out there who are, like I've been saying, like they're an untapped resource. They sit there, they're professionals at the grassroots level. And so this is something that they need to provide input in, and possibly a task force that could be made on this 638 with just school administrators or those who do have administrative license or who have ran schools on the Navajo Nation. The second one is one of the things that we are going to be requesting is an amendment to Title 11 regarding school board qualifications. And so one of the things that I have noticed in previous comments is that there's a lot Navajo Nation regarding school board when it was when school board was at 260. And there's also talks about conflicts of interest and several employees of the Navajo Nation should not be school board members. And so in a way, I guess I could say that for myself. I know there's several comments like, why are you school board member and work with the BOSA? And I was like, I see it differently, but in a way, like we can change that language to add that. And primarily it's really the Department of Education staff. And there also, one of the things that our school board members are really hound on is the alcohol portion. Once a school board member gets in, I think, let's say stuff happened in the past in the 70s and they got a DUI or a open container, that would have them disqualified. So really to look at Title 11 and put it in sync with the 25 CFR Part 63, which is the background portion. Right now, one of the things that a couple of things that I want to add, I think I might run out of time, is the Kent Thorne settlement, Navajo Nation versus Kent Thorne. So when BIE did its whole reorganization, they switched positions of the ELO, the education line officers, to EPAs to be at each agency. Okay, to be at each agency. So right now, BIE is building itself to be this big empire, yet they're not providing services to our schools, mainly the grant schools. So I guess that's one of the things is to review the Kent Thorne. I was going to insert it, but I was going to run by the office, but I've been here waiting to get on. So I think this is one of the things that we really want to push for. In this Kent Thorne settlement, each agency should have an EPA or an ELO in place so that they can make decisions for the grant schools, for the Bureau operated schools. Right now, the only individual that has that power is the ADD. So there's EPAs out there, but they only provide technical assistance to our schools. So even on top of that, BIE, they are they're hiring like crazy.
So that does complete your 20 minutes, Mr. Red City. Any additional time to complete your quarterly report?
Yes, sure. I need about 10 minutes.
So with that, committee members, are there any oppositions the request of additional 10 minutes to be provided to complete the report on April to June 2023? Opposition? You're opposing the 10 minutes?
No, I won't go ahead and set 10 minutes.
So if there's no oppositions, committee members, we'll go ahead and start the additional 10 minutes to complete your quarterly report from April to June.
Thank you, committee members. As far as this Kent Thorne, I guess one of the things is that this whole BIE reorganization had really disorganized Navajo Nation. I think one of the things listening on to your meetings, Dodie can probably attest to it, is that there's no communication from Dodie. And one of the things, like each agency it has to have an EPA who has that authority to make decisions. Yes, no to contracts, yes, no to administrative power on that side. Right now, the ADD of Navajo Nation is the only one who has that authority. So this Kent Thorne settlement, it basically talks about the 6 agencies where Eastern agencies split into 2. So right now it's not being followed. So one of the things that we have been requesting, even advocating for before this committee. During a couple of years ago is requesting from the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, to rescind 3334. Secretarial Order 3334, which put in place the whole BIE organization. We have not received any updates as far, Navajo Nation has not received any updates on the process of this BIE reorganization, because they're supposed to go through different phases. And from the last time I read, it's about, I think they're in their second phase, and it's five phase reorganization. So that's one of the things that we have been pushing on our end too, but at the federal level, we have not received any responses. The last thing I want to bring to the table is one of the goals that we have for the BOSBA. I know oftentimes there's a situation where school board members are put in a bad light, saying board members are spending too much money, board members are traveling a lot, board members do not know what they're doing. But basically, I looked into records. Back then, the BOSBA had a manual for school board members, and if you notice, it's all old. I found this other day, and I think this is one of the things that we can come back to. And looking at the records, Navajo Nation never rescinded this policy. So in a way, this is something that we can probably clean up, touch up, and make sure that we hold school board members accountable across the Navajo Nation. So in there, what I provided in the tab is just a table of contents. So it kind of summarizes like what is in that in the school board manual. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I think it was more when it was when most of the schools were bureau operated schools. But with that, I just want to thank the committee for their time and having been able to School Board Association provide a report. And again, I want to thank you for being at our training. We hope to see you in future trainings. And if you hear anything, or if you would want your board members to know certain topics, just please let us know. We're really fluid, so we just work with the current issues at hand, current situation at hand. So with that, thank you for allowing us to report to you, Chair.
Thank you. Does that complete your report?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ed City, for the report, and then also providing us the electronic copy of the report, and then also a hard copy that was part of our conference this morning. So I appreciate that for that report. So with that, I will call for a motion and a second. Committee member, motion made by Honorable Unito. Do I have a second, committee member? Second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. With that, committee members, comments, questions in regards to the report that we just received. Committee members, comments, questions, going twice. Comment, questions? None, so I will go ahead and call for the question. Roll call vote. We do have a motion that was made by Honorable Unito, and then second made by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. And so with that, roll call vote. Honorable Helena Nasbigay.
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
I'm green.
Honorable Unito. In favor. Honorable Dr. Nance. Honorable George Toll. With that, we do have 4 committee members in favor of accepting your report, and chair not voting, and 1 committee member not voting and excused. So with that, we will move on. Thank you for the report. Again, thank you for the hard copies and the electronic copies. We are hereby excused, and thank you very much.
Chair, one last comment. Yeah, closing remarks. On page 13, you'll see the survey of that we will be sending out to school administrators. I know there was comments that were made last meeting, and I wanted to give the opportunity for the committee to provide comment or questions that they would like to ask administrators. So I haven't sent it out yet, and I think I'm gonna do the same thing with the Navajo Board of Education. So most likely I'll probably report that next month, I guess, based on the survey results and stuff.
Okay.
But again, thank you.
Just work with our staff, Ms. Benali and Ms. Thompson in regards to that information. So with that, you are hereby excused. Thank you. Okay. So with that, I'm moving on to the next item, that does complete item number 5, receiver report. And we'll be moving on to item number 6, old business. There is none. Item number 7, new business. This is legislation number 0139-23. Do we have Honorable Speaker Seth Damon present? Honorable Unita?
I like to suspend the rule, the full rule, at the legislation 0146-23. Be the first
2A.
item on the legislation, because I think we'll go faster than this next one.
We don't have a sponsor here for legislation 0139-23.
There's
Honorable Seth Damon. So Seth Damon is not here.
He was here earlier.
Ms. Benali?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Mr. Delegate Damon was present earlier, but he left and then he went to BNF for this meeting, but I did text him, letting him know that his legislation is, he said we need to notify him. He'll be right over it.
All right, so with that, we can skip item A. And once he returns back, then we can go back to new business item A, legislation number 0139-23. So with that, I will move forward and recognize Honorable Yanito's motion to suspend the 4 rules to add on legislation 0146-23. And we do have the sponsor here, Honorable Herman Daniels. So with that, I would like to ask for a second to suspend the 4 rules to add on legislation 0146-23. Committee member, do I have a second? Second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Committee members, are there any questions? Going twice, 3 times. So with that, I will call for a roll call vote to add on legislation 0146-23 and suspending the 4 rules. Honorable Helena Nesbitt,
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson,
I vote green.
Honorable Yanito,
vote green.
Honorable Dr. Nes,
Green.
Honorable Toll. With that, we do have 4 committee members in favor, 1 member excused, not voting, and chair not voting. With that, motion carries to add on legislation 0146-23. So with that, we will go to that item as read it into the, I believe we do have the legislation before us, and then we have the committee report from Budget and Finance. From Budget and Finance. And so with that, I will go ahead and give the floor over to staff to read legislation 0146-23 into record. Ms. Benali?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have your proposed nomination council resolution for the nomination council for 2023, introduced by Council Delegate Herman Daniels as primary sponsor. Tracking number is 0146-23, an action relating to budget and finance committee, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Navigate Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council approving $2,500,000 from the CFN fund to use as state university for a new education building in Monument Valley, approving the related expense. The legislation does move on to the Navigate Committee after the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have also attached with the exhibit A, which is the Monument Valley Planning request from the Utah State University in Blanding. And also the exhibit B, which is the Monument Valley Building Feasibility Study. And it's in exhibit C is the Construction Control Corporation, the project estimate. And exhibit D is the Utah State University Blanding memorandum to council, council delegates Blanding from the Senior Associate Vice President of Utah State University of Blanding. Also, the following that is a transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel. And the legislation has completed its 5-day comment period. There was one supporting comment that was received from the Navajo Utah Commission, which is attached. Also, the Budget and Finance Committee has considered the legislation and indicates it do pass without amendment. And the vote was 5-0, and the vote was taken on July 12th, 2023. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Chama, thank you for reading that into the record. So with that, committee members, there's 2 ways we can do this. If there is questions, then I'll go ahead and give time to the sponsor. If there's no questions, I will go ahead and just go straight to vote. Committee members, do we have any questions in regards to legislation 0146-23? There is no question. If there is any question?
Yeah, no question. We've been discussing this all along.
Okay, so if there's no question, I will call for a motion. Committee member. Motion made by Honorable Yanito. Second, committee members.
A second.
Second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. So with that, we will go straight to vote. You want your 20 minutes? If you want your 20 minutes, we'll give you your 20 minutes.
Amendment to insert Navajo Utah Commission's resolution.
Maybe at Nabi.
Well, nothing we got.
Yeah, so with that, we do have a motion on the floor. A motion made by Honorable Yanito, second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. There is no question, so I will go ahead and move forward to roll call vote to legislation 0146-23. Honorable Helena Nesbigay.
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Curtis Yanito.
In favor.
Honorable Hope. Honorable Dr. Nez. Green. Okay, so with that, we do have 4 committee members in favor of legislation 0146-23. Chair not voting, and 1 committee member, Honorable Toth, excused. He's not voting. So with that, legislation 0146-23 passes. Congratulations, Shannon. Thank you, and we'll see this legislation at another committee event. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy your day. You're my excuse.
So much.
Oh, thank you. So with that, So with that, we will move on to items B. And that is schedule a HEHSC special meeting in lieu of HEHSC regular meeting on Wednesday, July 19th, during the Navajo Nation Council Summer Session. Special meeting will include the follow-up meeting with Doty JOM requesting an executive session.
Did they tell,
So for ADA Hananas SLHC, I don't know if we can maybe hear from the intern superintendent, and then maybe we can figure out a date and a location. Ms. Edgewater.
Yes, thank you, Chair and honorable delegates. So I guess this is an issue that came up during your last meeting, and we wanted to follow up with concerns that you guys have regarding JOM in a specific school. So therefore, we needed to discuss it in executive session. So the issue pertained to JOM, so I'll turn the floor over to Ms. HEHSC.
And looking at our calendar, we're available on July 19th, 20th, August 3rd, August 8th and 9th, if that's chair.
We can't do it.
Oh, no,
next
it's
week,
19th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we have summer session, council session that whole week. So what are the other days again?
August 3rd,
August 3rd and
August 8th or 9th.
August 8th or 9th.
During our HEHSC meeting.
So we have the budget deal thing.
Mhm. Probably just August 3rd then.
I believe
Oh, what do we-
there's individuals that are going to be in that.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Because we'll be at large in the first.
That's right.
Are you gonna be at Tibbetts?
No, we're holding the Board of Education is gonna have an location at Wahajima over there. So they want to move the board meetings to different areas.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be over there.
So August 3rd is out there.
Yes. Yes, sir.
We'll be at Tibbetts.
Are we really? That's in DC, right? That's
Buffalo.
Buffalo. So,
So August 3rd is out. August 8th, August 9th. But then we have our budget, which would be August 7th through the 11th.
gosh. Hmm. About August 1st.
August 1st, Tibbetts.
There's,
That
oh,
whole
you're
week,
still the whole week.
July
Okay.
31st to
Mhm.
August 4th is Tibbetts.
Mhm.
Our budget
Um,
period.
August 15th.
Sure. What about the last week of July?
I'll be out. And then we have the JOM conference too. So from the 2020 first, and then through September, we'll be doing things. So we'll be into the first full week of September.
How much time do you need?
I maybe about 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Well, we could either do days or
Yeah,
We're
we're
ready.
ready.
We're ready.
We can.
if you guys are ready, we can do it today. We would just need to suspend the 4 rules again and then go into the add it to the agenda and then go into executive session. You guys want to do that? Since you're ready, we provide that information. Are there
have
any
to watch
other
it.
meetings on the agenda? Just to do it today, get it out of the way. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so with that, I will ask for a motion to suspend the 4 rules. Motion made by Honorable Helena Nasbagay to suspend the 4 rules to go add on Department of the Net Education, JOM, requesting a meeting in executive session. Do I have a second? Second made by Honorable Yanito. Committee members, are there any questions? If there's no questions. Second was made by Honorable Yanito. If there is no questions, we will go ahead and I will go ahead and call for a question to add this item to our agenda to suspend the 4 rules. With that, Honorable Helena Nasbagay,
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson,
I vote green.
Honorable Yanito, Green, Honorable Tope, Honorable Dr. Nance. Green. So with that, we do have 4 in favor, chair not voting, and 1 member excused. And so with that, we add that item on as a D. And so with that, we will go ahead and go to that item, which is Department of the Net Education, JOM, requesting an executive session. Did you say for 30 minutes?
For 30 minutes, I can make my report for 30 minutes.
So we, committee members, there is a request to go into executive session for 30 minutes to hear follow-up meeting from Department of Education, JLM. And I believe it will be all the committee members, the two individuals from Doty, staff and our legal counsel will be present in this meeting. So with that, I will call for a motion to go into executive session. Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson,
Second,
second made by Honorable Helena Nasby Gay, and this is a motion second to go into executive session for 30 minutes with Department of Education, JLM. If there's no other questions, committee members, there's a motion and a second to go into executive session for 30 minutes. Honorable Helena Nasby Gay,
all the green,
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson,
green,
Honorable Unita, green, Honorable Pope, Honorable Dr. Nez, green. With that, we do have four committee members in favor, chair not voting, and one member excused. So with that, we will go ahead and go into executive session. Any others? You can excuse yourself for 30 minutes. We'll be in executive session. And we'll just, maybe staff can put up a notice on the door that we're in the executive session. We will complete at 2 p.m. with our executive session. So with that, we are currently now in executive session. Just turn off
Hold on.
the audio and all of that. This is all in person executive session.
Okay, I'll give you, let's take a 10-minute recess.
Yeah.
Quick recess.
Yeah, we have to get a hold of IT to get us back on.
Huh?
We have to get a hold of IT to get us back on.
Isn't it?
I'm going to get out.
We are
Oh,
on
motion
Zoom.
to get out. Sorry, second by, Mr. Yanito. And we did need to vote on that, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, and can you, Ms. Benali, help us with the roll call vote?
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, this is a vote to get out of the executive session. And the motion was made by Delegate George Choate and second by, who was the second? Mr. Unito. And Mr. Delegate Unito is second the motion. Okay, Helena Nesby, Delegate Helena Nesby, how do you vote? Agree. Thank you. And Delegate Vince James, how do you vote? He's presently excused. And Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote?
Agree.
Thank you. And Delegate Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Delegate George Choate, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Delegate George Choate for green. And Delegate Curtis Nito, how do you vote?
Second phone call.
Delegate Curtis Nito, how do you vote for?
In favor?
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, you have a vote of 4-0 with one member excused and the Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you. IT back, did you say? Or we're good? IT back. Do you have their?
But aren't we on Zoom right now?
We're on
Without
Zoom.
the,
We're on Zoom without the owl.
are we still waiting?
Are we just, are? And is still at his committee meeting and still before the committee. So we're not gonna have, he's not gonna be able to come here
Yeah.
to present his legislation. So there isn't, I don't think there's a co-sponsor on that legislation, right? And that can come before us. So because and it says that he's okay to, it says it's okay to adjourn. So with that, HES members.
Madam
Go ahead.
Vice Chair, you were on 7B. And
Okay.
then you, the chair went to Doty to ask
Right.
them the recommendations for scheduling a meeting. And then it went to today's meeting.
Okay,
So there still hasn't been a meeting scheduled, and we left the regular meeting for Wednesday, July 19th.
oh, okay, in 7B. Okay, yes,
That was a report right here. There's that
7C.
executive section.
yeah, but so he's asking to schedule a special meeting because we're missing out on next Wednesday's meeting because of council.
Well, what was?
So in replacing that, he's asking for a special meeting and we need a date for that.
We was gonna do that, but we accept this report.
No, the HESC meeting, just our regular HES meeting.
Okay.
Because next week we're not doing it because of council, so he's gonna create a special meeting for another date and time, so
Okay.
we need to schedule that. So that's all we're doing, we're scheduling, and that can be anytime, Monday through Friday, right, at any point in time.
Yeah.
Even Saturday, Sunday?
Saturday or Sunday, and provided that,
Saturday's
you know,
fine with
staff
me.
can meet.
On the horse, on the horse, while we're riding our horse. Around the campfire, around the campfire.
You can always If you want, you can probably decide until the next meeting too, on July.
Oh, let's do
Yeah,
that.
if you
Let's
wanna-
go ahead and
Not-
just,
not-
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
review
July
next week.
26th. You
oh,
can-
let's go
I
ahead
can
and
put it
stick.
on, you can defer it to them.
Yeah, let's defer for the next meeting. We'll figure it out at that time.
Okay.
Yes,
What about just? What's
Yeah.
happening?
well, we have to find a date,
I think July 31st. Still in July.
July 31st.
I'm
Okay.
free that Monday.
Okay, I'm on the wrong one.
It'll be on a Monday and if our.
Yeah,
legislation is
Mondays are always pretty like open.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and do July 31st. Oh,
It's not-
oh, Tibic,
Who's not going to?
Tibic pre.
We all have to see here though. In person.
Yeah, it's the Tibic pre-Tibic meeting here at Fire Rock, right?
Oh, yeah, fire up, yeah.
The
Is it
31st.
on the 31st?
That's
I haven't
the
right down it.
31st. I thought that was, is that the 31st?
Okay,
I feel
let's
like
look,
that was the-
let's look, let's look.
No, I think it's Monday.
Yeah.
I scheduled mine on 24 and 25. Meeting.
Yeah, that was on the 25th.
Oh, 25th, what about they need, yeah, way on the 31st.
Yeah.
But when is Tibic, Ishaha? That's the 26, 27, 28, right?
I think
Tibbet.
It's the first week of August.
Okay. So will some people be traveling that very first day of the 31st?
Pivot based on our committee, who's going?
I'm still thinking about it. I didn't end up on any of the committees. Did you? I thought you ended up on the education.
And I'm not going.
You're not gonna go.
I'm thinking about it, dude.
No idea.
Where at?
Buffalo, New York.
I tell you the truth, I've been to New York, I got lost and I've been,
I don't want to, I don't want to go home. I'll get lost, no.
Okay, so should we stick with the 31st then?
Yeah.
Let's do 31st.
All right.
July
I motion to have a special meeting on 31st.
No, well, some folks will be traveling probably that day.
Okay, but we can still.
We can still schedule it for the 31st.
Okay.
July
I got
31st.
a legislative Utah. Owens meeting on that week.
How about July 24th? The Monday before the 26th.
I'm having, my region in Albuquerque 2 days, 24 and 25th. I can't reschedule that.
24th on that, Sean.
You just said.
Monday.
Make it.
What? Sure, we like it.
How about you, Dr. Andy Nance, the 24th? Michelle, 24th. I'm open.
What about the, what about the 20?
I think the 31st.
31st? Let's just go with 31st.
On Tibbet? It's like across the country. You should know your answer.
We decide the day before we're traveling.
Yeah.
31st. Let's just do it.
That's fine with me.
Oh,
I'm not,
oh,
I'm
yeah,
not going.
Let's have in Bluff, Utah.
Cause I know, I know Vince is going.
He's going for sure, yeah.
It starts on the 31st, July
Mhm.
31st to the 4th.
Mm.
1, 2, 3. Oh, Michelle,
Ready?
will you be here on the 31st?
Check with my boss. Should be like that.
Oh, the 31st.
It'll be like.
Oh. And then with the legislation that might go through council in terms of some meetings that could still be virtual, is that one going through where committee meetings could be virtual?
still
Okay.
going through.
It's
But
gonna,
that
but if
becomes
council,
law.
it becomes law, then So even if you can't be physically here the 31st, you can still do virtual and you'll still be present. Right. Yeah, Nigrin will take 10 days to sign it.
Vice Chair.
Yeah.
So if I may, the process is, so the legislation has to be engrossed, so it goes through OLS, OLC, and we have to make sure that the legislation is correct. So that might take a few days, and then it does go across the street, so it may not be ready.
Right,
to
for the
deploy on
31st.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But even if it is, it's the, I think the second, third, and fourth Monday of every month. That has with me, and the 31st would be the fifth Monday.
Okay,
You can still do a special though.
Yeah, they can. do
and
that.
special meeting can be
No.
virtual, right? Is that what it
No,
was?
no,
Oh,
you
oh,
can
oh.
do a special by permission of the speaker, so that's not a problem.
Okay. So maybe we just ask for that special, to get that granted by the speaker.
As a special meeting.
Yeah, as a
Yes,
special meeting.
yes.
It could be virtual.
I'm voting to keep everyone in person.
Okay. Are you?
You're voting to it?
He
Yes, I'm
wants
voting to keep
everyone in person.
person.
Dr. Andy, you live 5 miles from me.
For council, I would vote for it, for council.
For now.
For Navi and
Yeah,
council,
No, for Navi and council, but.
I
for
support
committee
that.
Meetings, I think
we could do virtual. We get a lot
For
more done,
Navi
I
and-
think.
For Navi and council, that should be virtual,
More
I mean,
committee
in
meetings.
person.
I feel like I get more done being able to do virtual.
So this, in person, just the Navi meetings, right?
Well, for
And-
now,
and
it's
ours-
back to committee meetings, Navi and council.
All the like chapter meetings and all that,
I-
we do virtual still?
There, no,
No,
that's a different process.
That is a different process.
It's a different process. They have to
That
go
one,
through.
we can call them?
That, I'm Switzerland, that's up to, I don't know what the Department of Justice, Roderick Begay advised the chapters. So if they're still having them, I don't know, like, what all the process is for that. I don't think Dana addressed that in her email.
I think
She
it's a
did.
resolution.
I think she did. She said all the chapters would have, it's almost a change to Title 26.
Okay, that's, okay, two separate questions.
Okay,
So one is whether the chapters can have virtual meetings. That's a Title 26 issue. The other is would delegates be able to call in
mhm.
and be able to speak and present and all that to the chapters. So the issue about presenting to chapters, or rather the chapters holding their meetings virtually, I don't know that answer off the top of my head, but that would be what AAG Roderick Begay advised the chapters. I could get more information about that and forward it to you. As far as whether delegates would be able to attend, that would be a different analysis. So I have to find that out, but I also wanted to follow up on Delegate, you need to mention something earlier about the oversight budget hearings. Would that be required to be in person? And delegates would be required to be in person at the oversight committee meetings. So that is, what did we say, the 5th through the 11th? So just for your planning purposes, that is something to keep in mind. Okay, let me see if I can find more information about that chapter meeting.
Yeah, just a little more context on the chapter meeting. So based on Title 26, any amendments to Title 26 will require 50% of chapters to initiate that change, which is 55 chapters. So even if chapters wanted to do hybrid, they would have to take that initiative to amend their
Get
own
chapter
title.
resolution.
And then the second one that can take legislative action is to extend the 15 quorum rule. So that way chapters can operate how they were with the quorum ruling. And then the third option is that I tell my chapters, you can still host hybrid meetings. You can still do a call-in number. You just can't take their vote, nor can you count them as your quorum or let them ask questions. Kind of like what happened to me when you guys were out, Flagstaff. Yeah, like that, like the reason I didn't go was like, okay, it's Doty. I'm coming from Doty Board of Ed. Like, I don't need to travel all the way out there. Little did I know, like I didn't put all the pieces together. And so that's why, like I was still able to listen in, but I just couldn't do anything. So that's what I've been advising our chapters to is like, you're still welcome to do it. You just can't count their votes. You can't answer their questions.
Yeah.
That you would have to have 25 members here in the chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's only fair to give them notice too.
Yeah.
So that they all know.
Yeah.
We just had our last chapter meeting, everybody called in and they count all their votes.
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think they're supposed to do that.
Yeah, no, because we're fully gonna look. We're supposed to be quorum.
So it's all across the.
Yeah, all across the Navajo.
Which chapter is this?
Next one, what?
I'm gonna go call.
You know, because they always lack, like quorum and, they.
Yeah, yeah.
When they call in,
Yeah, a lot of chapters are requesting to go back and continue to use virtual, which our Zipline Regional Council made in saying that we want to go back to virtual. So anyway, they passed that last week. Okay.
Forward this memo.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And we got our meeting scheduled for July 31st at the BNF room. Am I right?
Bluff, Utah.
So we have our meeting scheduled, and then we made a decision on, legislation, if we're going to, do we need a vote on that? Motion second, vote,
For the meeting?
new meeting,
Yes.
the special meeting.
The-
Okay, so July 31st at 10 a.m. BNF room, can I get a motion for that, please?
Motion.
Mr. Toth motions and Dr. Andy Nez is with a second. And can we go? I'm going to go ahead and call a vote. Delegate Helena Nez-Gay, how do you vote on that? Delegate Curtis Unito, how do you vote on that?
Red.
Are you red, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we're not going to your area.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to red. Mr. Toth.
Green.
Mr. Toth is green. Dr. Andy Nez.
Green.
And then with Chair Vince James, excuse. And Vice Chair not voting. We have a total of 3 votes for yay, 1 nay, and myself, Vice Chair not voting. So thank you for that. And then we will go ahead, and since we do not have the sponsor here for delegates, Delegate Seth Damon, not available for legislation number 1039-23. We will defer that to the next meeting. Am I correct? And then do we need to get a vote on that still? Okay, and then we go, so that moves us to item number 8, close of meetings. Any other announcements? And then we have adjournment, next meeting, it says regular meeting, July 26, 2023. But is there any announcements at this time? Any other travels? No
Oh,
other.
excuse me, member, chair, vice.
Oh.
The Alamo people want us to meet. Anything on that?
The date that Alamo, I think it was the school board,
Yeah.
the school there, they invited us when we were at Twin Arrows last. On June 26th. Or June 28th. They invited us to meet out then. And,
28?
well, that wasn't Twin Arrows when we were meeting on the 28th. They invited Hess to meet in Alamo on Wednesday, the 26th. And Chair James said yes. So we have a contact number of one person. And so we just need to follow up with them.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So that meeting for the 26th could be in Alamo.
Could be around at 10 o'clock.
I'll be in the album. All right.
Okay, so, okay. Any other announcements?
So,
I haven't heard that.
Going once, going twice? No other announcements from committee members, and we will go ahead and proceed with adjournment. It is now 2:35 PM. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Thank you.
Mr. Toll? And do we have a second? Second. Helena Nesbegay with a second. And I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote for all those in favor. Delegate Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
Agree.
Delegate Curtis Nito, how do you vote?
In favor.
Green. Delegate George Toll,
green, man.
Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Green.
Okay, we have 4 in favor. Delegate Vince James, Chair Vince James is excused and Vice Chair not voting. We are adjourned.
2:36.
2:36.
Thank you.